what's said there is inaccurate, and here's the true position. My point is, here at this commission, paragraph 36 of your supplementary statement, and you went past it, no correction, no nothing, and you continue to paragraph 37. So I'm making a simple point. I'm saying, if you are in the habit of making correct this commission, why is it that you did not correct the content of paragraph 36 and only sought to do so when Ms. Hassim was questioning you on the content of paragraph 36?
Chair, it's simply because of the fact that at some point orally, I did mention that I had this guy who was working for me. He was also a driver, and he did.
That's not in paragraph 36, is it? I'm talking about paragraph 36, General. Why did you not correct paragraph 36? I'm not asking you about what you might have said in a different context. You asked 36. I'm not asking you about what you might have said in a different context. You asked the commissioners to read your statement, and I allowed you to do so. You read and went past 36 without any correction. So my question is about paragraph 36 and not about what you might have said in another context. So simple question, why did you not correct paragraph 36 as
Chair?
And why did you only do so when Ms. Hassim was taking you to task about the content of paragraph 36?
Chair, at that, I never thought at that present moment that I should, because I was reading and reading, but where I got stuck, where my attention was drawn, is when they say the last one died, and I know that I still have it. So to me, that one stood up, and then as it stood up, and I stopped. But that I had bought some, even whether we're talking these animals, wild animals, or goats or sheep, they keep on replacing. So I did buy.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you. There's another inconsistency, though, with that, General, because you also went to some length to explain how your salary has dropped and that you're no longer in the business of animals and the feeding is costly and the space and all of that. Now you're saying that just coincidentally, just before March 2024, you acquired 4 more. Do you see the inconsistency?
Yes. Not, I don't say it's an inconsistency. I'm saying I hear what you're saying, but I want to explain that, look, to say that because they were expensive, to buy 4 more to be with these ones that I was buying, to me it was not really such a big thing because it was not a big number that I needed.
I'm going to leave that at that point.
The concern is that when the photos were first flighted, you said those are not Impala. Those are Blesbok or whatever. Now and then you say actually on the day you still had at least 2 Impalas. Which is which?
I've really never said those are not Impalas, Commissioner said. I've never said that.
You never said that?
No.
Impalas?
I think they are Impalas.
No, they are or they are not?
They are.
Yes.
General, can I? Yeah, I have a different. It is that in your statement, you don't mention, and it seems to be a deliberate choice on your part. You don't having impalas on your farm on this statement, the supplementary statement. You say antelopes. I'm looking at paragraph 34. You say antelopes, that's what you have, that's what you tell us. And then you say over time, however, in paragraph 36, you then say a significant number died. They passed away on or about November 23, As matters presently stand, only one blessbook remains on the property. And then you carry on. You tell us about the lack of financial viability, antelope, and reduce the number of goats and sheep, retaining primarily chickens, remaining emu and antelope at the time. So, antelope again. Over time, the remaining antelope also died, save for one blessbook, which is still on the plot. And then you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi to assist me in sourcing a suitable female blessbook. And then the next paragraph 40, and I won't read it, that's where you talk about the pin location to your property. Upon later reviewing the message, I noted that he had referred to an impala. This is at paragraph 41. I immediately contacted him to clarify that there is a distinction between a blessbook and impala, and that I specifically required a blessbook. Now, the point, and again in 43, requested Nkosi to ensure that the correct animal, namely blessbook, be delivered. He later indicated blessbook be delivered. He later indicated that he had been under the impression that I was seeking and no animal was delivered to my property. The important part starts at paragraph 34, where you describe what was on your property. You say antelope, blessbook, and emus. Blessbook and emus. You then go on to say the antelopes died, the emus died, blessbooks died, and I was left with only one, the last of which died, and then the last died, antelope died in November 2023. Nowhere do you mention having impalas on your property from the get-go, from when you bought the property. You don't mention I had impalas. You tell us antelopes, unless you're referring to impalas when you say antelopes, but you say antelope and emus. So you don't mention impalas anyway in your statement. The first time you say there were impalas on your farm is now in your oral evidence. You say to us that you earlier said your gardener had obtained for you impalas, but that's the first time, and it's quite curious and notable that your statement does not own up to having impalas on your property, and it comes out now in examination. And you've seen the pictures, and you've seen the WhatsApp message that says one of them died today, on the 27th of March. And it leads to conclusion that you always had impalas before when you bought, and that's what you refer to when you say antelopes. Maybe you always had them, but then you tell us that the last died in November 2023. That is if antelope for impalas. Then the last one would have died in November, didn't have any after that. Then there's that Rudy, Mr. Matala, Sergeant Nkosi communication. And now we know that on the 27th of March, 2024, you did have impalas on your farm. Can you just make it make sense? Reconcile your failure to mention impalas ever in your statements, telling us about antelopes, blessboks, and emus only, and what you are telling us now about owning impalas.
I think, Chair, I will respond to this question, but I wanted to ask Commissioner Baloy, when she asks a question and she lumps several paragraphs, I understand I'm not, in the seat where I'm sitting and I'm thinking of the response in long paragraphs, you tend to include. But in short.
Can I just say that if in answering my question, you require a moment to go back to those paragraphs that I've referred to, because they speak to the same thing. I don't see why you would have difficulty seeing that they are connected to each other. But if you do, be given, the chair would allow you time. If you say, I need to look at each paragraph that Commissioner Baloyi has referred to before I answer, you absolutely have that opportunity.
No, I'll respond.
Okay.
What I want to respond, Chair, is that we from where I'm sitting, I don't know if I'm allowed to say as a black, we called at home, and everybody who comes, we call it a springbok. And it is not a springbok. Even sometimes where they are locked up and then it is out, and then they will say the springbok is out. Then we run around looking for it. But all I'm saying is that the issues of the antelope, that started now coming now when we really had to respond here and say, is this or is this that? Is this that? But after what I can say, a statement, it might have been an oversight or a shortcut, but I don't choose to respond like that because of the questions. Some of the things that you never thought one day they will come up, and in such a way that you needed to keep proper record of what happened and when and what time, considering the fact that from where I'm sitting, I'm working from my memory. I don't even have anything, my gadget, I could not go anything. So I'm just saying, Commissioners, having to deal and be overburdened with ad hoc, Madlanga, criminal, disciplinary, and where I'm sitting now today, where I'm sitting as we speak, I'm expected to submit my close-up arguments for my discipline today. My lawyers have been sitting with me, we've been working, we've been here throughout the week. At the same time, the police, another process is running that is actually looking forward to firing me, that side, and I'm sitting here. Just saying, a lot has been happening in my life in such a way that I'm moving from this office to that office, from this office to that office, from this lawyer to that office. So there's a whole lot of things in my mind. So where there's oversight, where there's something that I missed, to the commissioners, I never received any impalas or any bugs from Mr. Matala or have them delivered to my place. So as to why this message and why this coincidence, I'll accept it as a coincidence. Thank you very much.
All right, General, I hear the difficulties that you have because of the many processes, but I still do require an answer to my question. So I'm going to pose it differently. We've seen the images of those, and I must say first with that, I agree with you that for us black people, as you say, there's a springbok, maybe somebody refer. I know that my kids refer to it as a McDonald's because of how much of it there is in the Kruger Park. Serious note, what I want to understand is where you refer to antelopes in your statement, are you referring to a springbok or an impala? What is an antelope? And keep in mind those images. Is that what you're referring to when you say antelopes? Those images, those that we see.
I used the word, I think I used the word water bug, and then we had to look for the right word, antelope.
Yes. Okay.
And then all those words. So this one is the one that I know that they were bought because at some point where I had a lady that normally when I want to buy ducks, chickens, egg laying, whatever to buy, she would tell me where to find. Lady, because I lost contact in all the phones and everything, she's the one actually who advised where we can get that. And then it happened that I see that they also selling 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
That's when I sent the driver there at some point to go
Okay.
buy.
General, my question though, in 34, you say we have antelopes, blessboks, and emus. You've explained to us what an emu is. Again, when you say antelopes, are you referring to the animals, the kind of animal that we saw in the picture?
If you were to ask me what is an antelope and what is a black bog, what is an antelope, what is a black bog, what is
An emu.
I can't say this one is a black bog, this one is this.
No, you can, General. You've described to us what an emu is. You said the one that looks like an ostrich. So let's strike that off. We know that when you say antelope, you're not referring to that one. You know that particular animal. So you've told us that. 2, you've described to us what you say is a blessbok. Unless you tell us when you say black bok, you mean the blessbok, you mean that what which we saw. I don't think not. I don't think you do. Then it leaves us with antelopes. What you've called an antelope. Now, what I'm asking you is when you say antelopes in paragraph 34, are you referring to an animal that it looks like, or that is the one we saw in those pictures, S12? Is that, whatever other name it has, don't fixate on its many other names, or you actually don't quite know what its proper name is. My question is simple. When you say antelopes in your statement, are you referring to the animals that are in the picture that we saw?
I could be referring to that, Chair, because
Okay.
blessbok is an Afrikaans name, I guess.
I'm going to take your answer to be yes. When I say antelopes, because of how you're answering, and I've repeated the question, and I must say, General, I think you understand the question, and I think you do have an answer. But I'm going to take it that your answer means antelopes. You refer to the kind of animal that is in those pictures. Now, on that basis, you then, if you would go to your statement, you then in paragraph 36, and you now say, the last antelope passed away in November 2023. Given this discussion that we've had where you're not giving a straight answer about what is an antelope, and I've told you that I'm accepting your answer to be an antelope is what is in the picture. You say the last died in November 2023. So, you no longer have antelopes from November 2023 or beyond November 23. That's what you tell us. And then you say, I then started looking for a blessbok. You do know the difference. You know that a blessbok is on your own statement. You distinguish an antelope from a blessbok. You now no longer have antelopes. Mr. Madlanga offers to get blessboks for you. Van der Merwe says they will be delivered. Mr. Madlanga says to Mr. Van der Merwe, check your account, which means payment has gone through. They are to be
Sorry,
delivered.
Chair.
Yes.
I hear the Commissioner saying Mr. Madlanga then offers.
Yes.
I don't remember saying Mr. Madlanga offered to.
Mr. Madlanga tells Sergeant Nkosi, sends Sergeant Nkosi a voice note about delivery of impalas. You remember that WhatsApp exchange?
Okay.
Okay. Put on the screen where the farm manager says they will November 2023, and I never heard them after that, in your statement at least. You're not being truthful. You actually procured them after this, and they died. The last one died the morning of the 27th of March, according to your WhatsApp message. Now you can comment.
Like I'm saying, Chair, it is very unfortunate for me that my recollection or a memory, I get caught up between the timelines and the drafting and and having to work out of my memory, and then I put timelines very wrong or maybe in a mixed up situation in such a way that at some point now you begin to appear like you are not being truthful. The disadvantage that I just have is that I'm not like any other person who's operating under normal circumstances, who's in office with all the proper record, with his gadget and everything. So now here am I being regarded as not being truthful when all my gadgets have been taken, and every record that I don't even have any access to anything. So I'm operating from where I'm sitting. Now, where I made a mistake of a date and say, all right, I indicated that I did ask my driver from home to be the one to assist me, and which we did. Now, that being the case, and the drafting, remember sometimes when you draft is to and fro, but I never had that luxury of toing and froing for a document and say, no, here I think we missed the following. So if I am at fault for that, it's my apology, but it's not that I'm being evasive or untruthful.
Thank you, General.
General, the supplementary statement. Remember the heading before the decree is the so-called Impala controversy. The heading is the so-called Impala controversy. So you know you are dealing with Impala, and what you are being asked to address is the issue of Impala. Now read the first sentence of paragraph 44 of your statement.
Paragraph 44, I categorically deny that I acquired or received any Impala from Mr. Madlanga, which is the fact.
No, finish the sentence, please.
Oh, he said the first sentence. That's why I was reading the first sentence.
No, but then
No.
you must get to the full stop, Chair.
Yes.
General, why do you stop at the comma?
Chair, I went to school under a tree. So you said the first sentence, and I just went for the first sentence.
It ends at the full stop, not at the comma. That's my point.
Yeah, I know, I'm one of those under a tree at school.
Don't worry about that. Just please read it.
I categorically deny that I acquired or received any Impala from Mr. Madlanga or from any other person for that matter.
Now, General, you see, you say you deny that you A, acquired, and then B, received. So you're saying you or any other person. So you even disqualifying your Zimbabwean friend who you say acquired for Impala for you. Because if you say you did not acquire an Impala from any person, then it means you didn't acquire an Impala even from your Zimbabwean friend.
To me, Chair, is where English comes in. Not hiding behind English, just to say, my side, in my mindset, I did not acquire or any other person for that matter, not discounting the fact that what I'm saying from my own angle. I was just saying I did not acquire it from any other person giving to me.
Because you're saying two things here, General. Yeah. You're saying I did not acquire it from Madlanga or any other person, and I did not receive it from Mr. Madlanga or any other person. Now, what was so difficult for you to say, as at the period referred to, the controversial period, I already had 4 Impala in my property. I did not require any other Impala because I already had it. In your statement, you do not say anywhere that in March 2024, you had Impala in your property.
Chair, I wish you were there when, Commissioner Bali, I wish you were there when we were drafting, and then I could have actually put it that way.
Acquired her surname.
No,
Not yet.
what I'm saying is that the way you put it so nicely, and I wish that this is what I had. Now, unfortunately for me, since we draft, I've seen instances where you draft like this, and then another council come and say, but why don't you put it? To me, a drafting approach from a particular drafter. So I'm just saying, I accept that maybe my wordings may be falling short somewhere, somehow, and or indirectly implying something that I didn't mean to imply, something that I didn't mean to imply.
Because, General, here is the problem. This section of your affidavit addresses the so-called Impala controversy. And you do it in 4 pages, from page 1, 2, 3, 3 pages. It's 4 actually. And nowhere in those 4 pages do you, and nowhere in those 4 pages do you say in March 2020. And that is a problem. Because you now, when you are shown the photos, and I specifically asked you a question, are those animals that we see there, are they impalas, yes or no? You said they are impalas. But nowhere in your statement do you say, on the 27th of March, 7th of March, I owned impalas and I had them in my property. And you have had General Sentumule's affidavit and the photo the whole weekend to go through it. And no stage in your affidavit do you say, the animals that to General Sentumule's affidavit, I had them in my property in March 2024. Nowhere do you say that.
You see, Chair, sometimes when you are in a situation that I'm facing where you have to draft something and you craft something, and this thing is to be subjected to intense probing or cross-examination, other things begin to pop out that ask certain questions and that require specific questions or answers, that at that time when you were crafting, and you say, all right, let me keep it short, let me not go too deep in 1, 2, 3, 4. Some of the questions you may have to respond to, you'll speak to them if asked. But now when you are sitting here, they ask a question and say, yeah, but why did you deliberately choose to ignore 1, 2, 3, 4, or specifically don't mention 1, 2, 3, 4? And of course, sometimes it might be a question of, said, no, don't put too much details. You will respond to it. Now, unfortunately, I'm being asked now, but why did you deliberately choose to omit 1, 2, 3? It does happen, commissioners, and not because of being.
Sure, thanks, General. I think the concern is that what you omit is not small. The kind of evidence that you're now answering in response to questions are not issues that are peripheral. This section is called Impala controversy. You called it that in your statement. The reason it's a controversy is because it involves acquiring Impala from Mr. Miller. Isn't that so? That's why it became controversial. I mean, if you had Impalas on your, as part of whatever it is, but not from people you shouldn't be getting gifts from, then it wouldn't be an issue, right? It's a controversy because of Mr. Matlala, isn't that so?
Yes.
So there's another glaring omission from this section on the Impalas, and that is that you don't address. You've said to Commission now that you notice that Sergeant Nkosi says to you from CAT, and you say that you took distance from it. because, Pala, we've dealt with that now. The second was you took distance from that because you will not accept anything from a service provider, right? That's actually the heart of what this section is about. But you don't deal with it at all. Why did you not deal with it in the statement and only when it was put to you in questions?
Yes, in a situation like this, it is easy to ask such a question from where I'm sitting because I'm the one who's expected to explain. But if I'm allowed to give a different but similar and relevant example, I don't know if the chair is going to stop me from.
No, I don't know what the chair will say.
No,
but I have.
I understand, but I want to give a similar.
Similar to what?
Example. And this thing, and I wish up until, I'm not going to say a long statement, I'm going to put one statement. If I'm allowed, Chair.
You see, the difficulty is I have no idea what you're going to talk about and to what extent, if at all, it relates to the question being asked.
I want to give a practical example of that it is possible. And not that you are hiding something, but it is doable.
Oh, all right, let's.
He testified here. He never made mention that he ever met Madlanga anyway. He ever met Madlanga anyway. When I took him, I went with him there. I sent a message to Sinona and say, you see now Sinona and say, you see now your client said is now exposing our meeting and he never said this and this and that. What I'm just trying to say, that omission, at that point in time, maybe it was not necessary for him to say it, but I was just giving a similar type of approach and say, look, that it's not like my omission was deliberate. Sometimes just never at that point in time.
No, General. The difference is you say in your statement at paragraph 38, you say, over time the remaining antelope also died, save for one blessed bog which is still on the plot. That's what you say in your statement. So at that point, you did have the opportunity, because remember the preceding paragraphs, you're talking about escalating costs, you no longer have money in antelopes and emus and blessed bog. That's the background to it. At 34, over time, the remainder died, save for one blessed bog, and then at a certain stage, it began to display unusual behavior, and then that's when now you introduce Sergeant Nkosi, you account for the exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi. What is being put to you is that, but the way you describe what happens to your animals over time, it's curious at best that you don't mention that when you were left with, as they were dying, you got your friend or your driver to get other animals, which you still had by the time you were communicating with Mr. Nkosi, with Sergeant Nkosi about getting your animals. You don't mention that. In fact, you create the impression, it is the correct impression, that they had all died. And you were left with only one, and in March 2024, you were being offered, we'll call them antelopes because that's the language you are using. You were being offered impalas at that time.
Chair, I may have to revert to my notes as I drafted. As I was writing and sending to my counsel, and then she was drafting. So I just wanted to ascertain whether, didn't I read in between? Because, like I said, Chair, it was completed late last night to an extent that the other concern was you've got to sleep early because you've got a long day tomorrow, and the council also, when I called, she was already sleeping because she's been working hard on this document, and we met in the morning. Some of the greater or finer details could have been really fixed, and I know it's not the problem of the evidence leader nor the commission, but evidence leader.
General, thanks. I just want to say that what I was putting to you was not just the issue of the impalas and the missing information. It was also about not dealing with the Mr. Madlanga, because why this is a controversy in the first place. So it's not the finer details that are missing. What you put on record more than once, including in your statement of 16 January, was that you categorically, you're not tentative about your evidence. You say you categorically deny that you received anything from Mr. Madlanga. So you say that in relation to the impala, you say that no, it did not involve Mr. Madlanga. Then we take you to the messages. And the messages, the range, because it says from CAT. So then you say, well, yes, you realized that. And so your way of dealing with it was to say, you're not going to accept delivery from a service provider. But then when you're taken to the evidence which shows that there was delivery and that there are impala on your property, coincidentally, after the date of delivery, as we see from the chats, then you say that the Zimbabwean gardener went and procured it for you. So that's what what I am putting to you about the inconsistencies, and that the omissions that you are now filling in as we go along are not just the finer details. They actually go to the heart of impala controversy. So do you very important facts that were omitted?
You went too long. Can you give me half of what you said so that I respond and go to the next one?
No, it's the whole picture.
No.
I can't give you half, because and that's why I laid it out from the beginning to say this is what you said and then you changed. This is what you said and then you changed. So each time when you say, well, no, you didn't put it in your statement, it's an omission, it's a finer detail you could have, I'm saying to you those omissions, whether it's about the fact that you knew that Mr. Madlanga was involved in this, or whether were on your property the 27th of March, all of those things are important facts that you don't deal with except when you questioned on
One
it.
thing that I've categorically made clear is that I never asked Mr. Nkosi to approach Mr. Madlanga. I didn't know who and how was Mr. Nkosi going to assist me in getting such. Secondly, I'm categorically denying that I ever received any such delivery from Mr. Madlanga's side or from Nkosi's side, because I didn't need that time. Now, I'm saying also that I am not saying what I'm saying because I'm being asked questions. I don't want to get or be pushed into a corner of saying, yeah, you knew it comes from Madlanga. I had nothing that I've assisted Madlanga with, nothing that I worked with him on, and he had no reason to give me anything because I have never assisted him. I don't think you would invest in a dead horse, because having to do with a tendency supply chain, and I wouldn't be of any value to him. In his investigations, it was being handled in the province. So I'm just saying, to me, I had no real-time dealings with Madlanga that could lead me to interact in such a way that he can something. That's what I wanted to say.
General, let me correct one thing. Mr. Madlanga would not have asked for a meeting with you, and he would not have made an effort to meet with you in January 2024 if you had nothing useful to provide to him. The reason you said so yourself, he came to you, is because he sought your assistance or intervention. That's the real reason for the meeting in general intervention. And a month and a half later, there's the issue of impalas. So you are not correct to say you had nothing to offer him because issues of tenders were supply chain issues. He came to you in relation to issues of tenders because he thought you could assist him. He was not wasting his time when he came to your office in January 2024.
Can I comment, Commissioner? Now, yes, he came to me with the hope as advised by General Tema and Sintumule that go and see General Sibiya, he's the acting national commissioner, maybe he could assist. I saw it coming, that why am I being approached when I'm acting? I signed nothing. And what I did, I never assisted him in any way. All I could say was to say, I heard you.
That's the assistance.
It's not. He didn't get what he wanted. I went to the National Commission and said, Nascom, I had this visit from this lawyer and Mr. I understand that you say the man has got a lease agreement, but the public is not going to dictate to us as to how to utilize our building on our premises. That's the feedback I had to give to Mr. Matala. That was my role.
Thank you. One last thing then we need to go to before we leave Impalas, and that is a recording that was made by witness C when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. You've already listened to these recordings, haven't you?
I listened to it at that time, but yes, okay.
Okay. Can I play it again? Chair, we have a transcript, but I suggest we look at the transcript and we hear the recording, because the transcript in some places leaves an ellipsis, which you can actually hear on the recording. So I think if you have both, it would help. So the transcript of this recording is in file 6. At page 632.
No, I tend to forget. I listen.
It's audio recording E. Page 632.
I'm listening.
Do you have it, page 632?
632.
Yes.
Yes.
General Male Speaker 2 is witness C, and then Mr. Matlala is named. And this is the transcript, but we will play the recording as well. The transcript is 2 pages long. Can we play the recording?
It happened, it was very dangerous. So if you feel the Mbala, unfortunately all of them don't know her. But for that, I told you this they died all of them. Say 20. But they died all of them. So again, don't know no, Can you register?
So
You don't,
remember, it's a game reserve. I say private. It's not in it's in the wild. It's a 3,000 hectare farm.
Okay.
So they are roaming free.
Yeah.
It's not like you can name or the tracker or what feeder. It's in the wild.
Okay.
So I maybe try every day one by one. I think maybe.
General, I don't know if you were able to, if you've heard it before, then it would be easier to follow. If you haven't heard it before, then the transcript is better for you to rely on. But the essence of it is what Mr. Madlanga is saying, is that he gave you impalas, and then he said they died, all of them, and he says, yeah, at the plot, they died, all of them. So Mr. Madlanga here says that he gave you impalas and that he gave you many impalas.
I'm very worried about the evidence leader because she selectively chooses portions that she thinks address what she wants to achieve. But also deliberately choosing to ignore the fact that Mr. Madlanga raised an issue and said, I have a problem with this recording. This is not my voice. It was AI generated. That's the first point. The second point is that when you go down, there are a lot of things that I'm going to tell you that witness C said, this is where we went. We took money to. There's no that place. This is, I have proof of this and that. She does. All I'm just saying is that I want to, if we were to play this thing, I'm not worried about this recording at all because it's such a lie. In all the things witness C mentioned, I do have plots, bonded, bought more than 4 years ago, all of them. And the plot that I bought is because I was at the city of Joburg. I was working there. I could afford one that was on auction or one that was very cheap. So all I'm saying is that this thing, firstly, even the head of IDEC testified and said the phone was tampered with. When you look at the interview, whether the man was under pressure, was being assaulted, or like they use certain relevant portions, this video with the contempt it deserves, up until I get proven wrong or an expert is called that this voice was not manipulated. It is the man himself. I don't want this thing to be used against me when I'm going to prove to you in the following lot of them that, in fact, this is not true.
So let me just say to you, General, first of all, this was introduced into evidence by the investigators took place. This has nothing to do with IDAC. IDAC's never raised any objection in relation to these recordings. I can tell you that now. It was introduced into evidence. It was, and it was the testimony of the witnesses who were present. They gave evidence here in this commission. Mr. Madlanga may deny that that is a recording for whatever reason he wishes to say this is AI generated. But what I'm putting to you here is what the evidence has been that has been placed before this commission. You may respond to it.
I want to respond to.
But when you respond to it, either you say you're not going to be responding to any of this because of your concerns, and I want to be clear exactly what you're saying, whether you're going to answer questions on it or whether you're not.
I will answer questions,
Okay.
Chair. I will answer every question. But what I want to raise as well is that the unfortunate part in this commission, but the unfortunate part is that if I'm being accused of attempting to disband the political killing task team, and it is the same team that is investigating me, it is the same team that is investigating everyone again for attempting to disband us. It is the same team that is also investigating the recommendations that come from the Madlanga Commission. As they took money from Fort Hare with evidence, and that is not coming anywhere. There's a lot of manipulation. This is not a clean investigation at all. Now, when you question me about an investigation that was conducted by the suspects themselves, that took money from Fort Hare, from accused number 1 in Fort Hare University with evidence investigated by the DPCI. Now I must be questioned about some junior officials who are corrupt themselves, booked someone from the cells and then started creating some material that must be produced here and be read here. I don't accept it.
General, when you say this is not a clean investigation, what exactly are you referring to? Are you saying we,
No.
as the commission, are not conducting a clean investigation? What are you talking about?
Chair, I'm far from accusing the chair of that part.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the investigation by that witness. All that. Chair, I have high respect for this commission. They are fair. It's not referred to this inquiry.
I just wanted to make sure because the whole of South Africa is listening.
No.
And there may be a lot of misunderstanding around your statement. But
Accusing the chair of anything or the commissioners
Thank you.
of anything. I'm talking about the fact that the investigator, if I am accused of attempting to disband the PKTT, and now they are already conflicted, they cannot be the one now to start investigating me now. Now, I can point out a lot involved in the commission of an offense with evidence. Now, they are I must sit here and them producing a false evidence against me. Now, why I'm saying that? Chair? Evidence that you have to give me a chance. They say Mr. Matlala used to give General Sibiya money at his townhouse in Sandton. The townhouse that I sold before I came to the police. I sold it before I came to the police, and the person who bought it is a businessman who took occupation immediately. I never had access. They tell you about the money that was collected somewhere in a circle. There's no circle. I've got pictures in my phone, inspection in local, there's no circle. Number 2. Number 3, the property that I have, I do, and that one in Sandton, it was an Airbnb. At that time, I was not even going there myself. Because it was chair, you'll find me trying very hard to have property 1 or 2 or 3 there. I'm almost 60 years old. I still don't have a house because of the difficulties I've been. Don't be. I don't want to use the fooled by, misled by the wall they show. Get behind the wall and see what is there. There's no house. Now they show my wall, and the wall I built running because there were some intelligence movements who wanted to kill me immediately after that investigation of Richard Mdul. That's why I had to take the money I was given and to build a wall. But if you are to come inside, there's no house. There is a house, the old house that I found there in that plot. And since I came to the police, what I had. I haven't bought anything else other than what I came up with. Whatever car that I have, I came there driving it into the police. Now, all of a sudden, witness, we did this. No. So I'm just saying, please, this one of witness C is a non-starter.
General, you were being asked, we have a transcript in front of us. We've listened to a recording. What Ms. Hassim was asking is, are you going to, given your position, AI take questions because Mr. Matlala has said it's AI generated and your distrust of everybody and their corruption that you have spoken to, it's really a yes, no, I'll take questions, and then we take it from there, or you say I won't take questions, and we take it from there.
From where I'm sitting, because I have nothing to hide, I'm prepared and I really want to take questions on these issues.
Yes, one issue of clarity. You said Mr. Madlanga has said that his voice was AI generated. When and where did Mr. Madlanga say this?
At the ad hoc.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I have said the adjournment at this stage.
Yes,
And
thanks, Chair.
return at 2:10. My commissioners are suggesting 2:15. So let's come back at 2:15.
I managed to get hold of the bill that was sent to me by the lawyer, and the letter itself that was drafted by the lawyer, and the tender, not the tender document, the lease agreement documents that was part of these discussions. Copies are being made, but I thought I should maybe perhaps, without any waste of time, with your permission, Chair, if possible, that I read it into the, unless the Chair directs otherwise.
We have been furnished with copies, General. But Ms. Hassim, you put a question to the General, and the General raised the issue of the letter he had referred to previously. Your response?
Chair, can we just admit the letter into the record as Exhibit CJC 82? And then, I mean, I'm not witness saying he wants to address the letter now or not.
That's my impression.
Do you want to address the letter, or do you want to admit it in?
For me, it is very much crucial to support the fact that it was on the 17th of January when I received the email.
Okay, hold on. I just wanted to get an answer to my question about what you wanted to do. It's clear what you wish to do. Could we admit it into the record as CJC 82?
So
and then the witness can...
I'm sorry. So admitted.
Thank you. And now you can take us... You don't need to read it into the record, because we have it, the commissioners have it, but you can tell us what you want to say about it.
I just wanted to say that this is a lot of demand, and then also saying that they act on behalf of Mr. Madlanga made it 24, and that there are people who are actually occupying the premises which has been leased to them. So that is what they came to and discuss. And I might have, or I made a mistake that I must admit, that I spoke about the tender document when in fact it's supposed to be the lease agreement.
Yes.
So I'm just correcting that error, Chair.
So, but General... sorry.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
You know, you refer to the letter. There's a cover page, which is the email, and I'm wrong, but it seems like the letter was attached to this email. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
And it's an email from Mr. Madlanga to you.
It's email from Mr. Madlanga to Sithole, Major General Sithole, and then copied DNC Crime Detection, myself, yes.
And the date of that email?
It's 22nd of February 2024.
So you received this this letter of demand on the 22nd of February 2024?
About this document. It is the document when they were setting up an appointment in me, and then to come to the office, I guess, because when I look at the letter of demand is signed 19 January 2020. They attached this letter as well.
Yes, I'm trying to understand. Demand is 19 January 2024. They sent this to you on the 22nd of February, but this was after your meeting. This was after the meeting you had with Mr. Madlanga.
Look, Chair, based on the fact that I see paperwork now in front of me and the dates, I'm subject to correcting the dates where I see the dates, because the bottom line to me is that it was the dates that the meeting was based on. Now, the email came first, And then the attachment here is 19 January, which means this document was there already when the lawyers came with Mr. Madlanga to the office. So which means that my meeting could have been around February. Most of the date I will admit, but I don't have any paperwork now that I could really refer to.
Yeah, you know, when I first started asking you about your first meeting with Mr. Madlanga, do you recall I pointed out to you that in your statement in the ad hoc committee, you said that the meeting was in February. And I think you might have even said 22nd February, but I stand to be corrected. But before the ad hoc committee, you said you met him in February. And then in your statement to the Madlanga Commission, you said you met him in January. And I said to you, why did you change the dates to January? So, and now you're saying you want to go back to February. Is that what you're saying?
Chair, all I can say, honestly speaking, where I got the date mixed up, here are documents, of importance, here are documents with the dates, the 2 dates, whether it was February or January. To me, it's neither here nor there, but I do accept my mistake where I found myself, let's say, I said we met in January. It's because in my mind, as I recall the document, I will recall this date of 19th of January. But this 19th of January, you find that it is in fact the date that, so there's mix-up of dates in my case. I'm working from my memory.
I must do this. Let me just finish this off by saying in the ad hoc committee, Mr. Madlanga testified that he met you in January 2024. So I'm asking you, is that why you said January 2024 when you provided the statement to this commission?
Not necessarily, because remember, I testified long before him in Madlanga, at the ad hoc committee. And then also himself, he was not from his home when he went to testify. There has been too long in prison without paperwork or whatever. So whatever date mixed there is, to me, I can say other than to say whether maybe I made a mistake, whether it was in January or February, but here's an email, here's a letter of demand, and there's a lease agreement that is being, they went to make the copy. And this is the gist of the basis for the meeting. Now, whether it was in February or January, where I could have been wrong, I won't really argue much around that.
Okay, that's fine. You said we're still going to be receiving another document.
Yes.
Remit itself, General.
That is correct.
We have been given copies just now, Ms. Hassim.
My back.
Yes.
We've received it.
Yes.
Then, Chair, I suppose we must also admit this into the record as Exhibit CJC 83.
So admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this letter, General, before you answer my question?
Not at all.
Okay. So the question was about what Mr. Madlanga said about delivering the impalas to you.
All I know and all I can remember is that he denied it himself. He said it never happened, and then that is not his voice. So I say, I know for a fact that I never received such.
Okay. So let me just take you to another part of the record, the chats. It will be 7. Yeah, 7. And it's page 89.
Page 89.
I know Mr. Madlanga is not here, has not been thus far, but I just want to engage you on your reliance on what you say was a denial by him regarding the impalas. You remember that you were shown here today or this morning,
That's correct, Chair.
and you remember that part of that screenshot, Mr. Madlanga says to the person who I think, or rather whose voice I think we hear in that recording, he says to him, please check your account. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
That must have related to paying. I mean, that in context, that's what seems to make sense, correct? Check your account.
Yes, Chair, I agree, but it could have been for anything.
No. Let's go on with, of course now, but we can show that screenshot
flash it
again.
again, yes.
But in the meantime, let me work on the basis I'll be shown to be a liar. But after Mr. Madlanga says, check your account, then very much. You see that?
I see, Chair.
And then on mem, I think it then promises to deliver. What does he say down there? Everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transfer to that location. Is it good? So he's saying that to Mr. Madlanga, and Mr. Madlanga says no.
I see, Chair.
I still remembered it, or I still remembered all of it off the top of my head. Now, if, as appears to be the case, Mr. Madlanga paid for the impalas, the person received payment, the person promised to deliver, and Mr. Madlanga said no problem. What must we make of this? Must we say this is all a lie?
From where I'm sitting, Chair, when I'm sitting with a situation where I said I don't want the impalas, remember, Chair, at the back of our mind.
No, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to do this to you, General. This is not about your own response or attitude. What I'm asking you is about what you said was Mr. Madlanga's denial. What exactly did Mr. Madlanga deny? You said Mr. Madlanga.
He said send any impala or bought any impalas for me.
Does what we've just looked at support that?
That is something else. They don't say for General Sibiya or for Sibiya.
But remember, this is all in the context of you having given your address for delivery. All of this is in that context.
You see, Chair, it will be dangerous to speculate because from where I'm sitting, I don't know the relationship between Madlanga and maybe this person who is talking to and what that money was it for or about. But I find it very difficult for me, where I'm sitting, having to respond to a communication that involved between Madlanga and someone else, or between Nkosi and someone else.
General, Ms. Hassim already took you to the location or the pin that was sent, and the rest. Do you remember that?
I do, Chair.
Yes. So delivery at your place.
Yes, Chair.
And the only thing spoken about which was to be delivered were the impalas.
Up until I said...
No. Let's leave aside what your attitude was. The only thing that was...
Not the impalas. What I wanted.
General, I've said it will time now. I have said at this stage, I'm not talking about your attitude, but what was to be delivered. But according to the conversations, the context was the impalas, correct? Yes, your attitude was, Sergeant Nkosi, if it's impalas, I don't want to hear a thing about them. All I want is a mate for this one animal, which is a blessed pork. If it's impalas I don't want. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you that in context, everything that was spoken about was about the delivery of impalas. I'm not talking about what your attitude was to that. Is it not correct?
It's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. We can go now to page 89 of the chats that I referred you to. Just let me know if you're there. Are you there? Do you see it, General?
Page 89.
Yes.
Yes, the bid was not properly. You're talking about that.
Yes, that's right. That's the top of the page. But if you just go a little further down, this is a
Advocate Hassim,
conversation.
maybe to assist him, the flags that are so.
The second message from the bottom is what I want to draw your attention to. This is a WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, and it was retrieved from Mr. Matlala's phone. And the second message from the bottom reads as follows. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's any truth in this. Did Mokgotsi speak to you about delivery of animals to your plot?
No,
Did you not have any conversation with him about impalas?
no.
So this conversation between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Brown Mokgotsi takes place on the 8th of May, 2025. Do you see that?
8 May 2025.
Yes.
I don't know where you see the date. Advise me. Oh,
It's
okay.
On that chat.
I say 14 May 2025.
No, it's the one above.
One above, yes, 8
Yes.
May. Yeah, okay, I see it.
There's a gap in some days before he sends the next message to Mr. Mokgotsi. So it's 8. Know them to be to your property. Why would he be discussing it with Mr. Mokgotsi?
What I heard is when you were saying to Mokgotsi, I hear you going around saying, you told so-and-so that, let me read it. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at this plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there's truth in this.
Yes, he's asking, did you tell Mr. S, who's I think is you, did you tell him that I told you about those animals? Did you then go and tell Mr. S about it? That's what he's asking.
Well, personally, I never discussed with Brown Mokgotsi the issue of the impalas. I never discussed with Mr. Ket Matlala about the issue of the impalas.
The only person you spoke to was Mr. Nkosi about the impalas?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And we're not going to go back there because we've looked at that whole exchange of text that you knew it was Katlala. So we're going to leave it at that. Or you don't like me using the word relationship, but your contact with Mr. Matlala. And I want to move to another time period. So we had March for the impalas, 2024. Can you please go to page 111 of that same file? Hold on.
Page 111.
Yes. Actually, sorry. sorry, that's the wrong page. Can you please go to, actually, no, I do want to take you to page 111. What I want to show you on page 111, between and Mr. Matlala, see at 1911, you see at the bottom of the page of 111.
Yeah.
Right, he calls Mr. Matlala, okay? So there's an exchange between the two of at 1911 in the evening on the 14th of September. Now I'd like you to go to page 364 of the same.
Just to ask Chair, this page that we just dealt with, what is the specific question related to it? So that when you go to the next one, I'm going to respond on
No,
that.
you've got to see them together, so we'll go there.
These are just calls, ne?
The call, yes.
Yeah, so which page? Next page?
Yes, so now I've asked you to go to 364.
On it,
Okay.
now we are moving from, okay, the 14th of September to the 13th of September.
No,
yes.
no, hold on. The relevant chat, we're going to begin on chat number 2. So it's 14 September.
Because I worked very close to General Sintumule, and we had a very good relationship with General Sintumule. And General Shibiri was coming back from China. I also asked him, called him and said, hey, I'm here, and this is what's going, because I was alone. I didn't invite my friends because it was not about me. Now, as they were there, there was also, General Sintumule didn't come alone, came with General Tema. General Tema was the former head of the college, who is a very close friend of Miss Matlala, Ket Matlala's wife. As you can see, even in General Sintumule's own statement now, the supplementary statement that she just submitted, where she says she was introduced to a lady as Miss Matlala, then later was introduced to Mr. Matlala. Now, one of them asked me and say, Mr. Matlala want to make a turn because his wife is here. He must come fetch his wife. Do you mind? And then I didn't say I don't mind. They were quite some time because I don't remember how, in what context it happened, but I then sent that message that said, care to make a turn, because remember at that point in time, Chair, like the miller said, the eyes then that looked at Kat are not the same eyes that look at him now. There was nothing wrong at that point in time that we could say there was a problem that we know of, that the man was under investigation, or he was just one of the people that we were used to. And me, in my case, I was getting used to him, but he was not my friend. So that's why I say I wrote that message and say Kat to make a turn. To me, it wasn't really a big deal.
So when you said ask Kat to make a turn, it was a friendly invitation for him to join you at the celebration?
Not necessarily an invitation, but because of the fact that, to me, I thought it, like they first wanted to check whether am I comfortable or not, because there were not many people invited. I then said, no, ask her to make a turn.
Okay, so it is an invitation.
Well, if it is what it is, then I'll accept it.
I want to be clear about this, because you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi, you say, ask Kat to make, and he says he'll be there in 30 minutes. And your explanation is you're having a celebration and there was a request for him to come and join and to be present at the celebrations, right?
Not to be present. Because remember,
What does make a turn mean?
he was expected to come because he had to come fetch his wife. But then they were not sure whether he will be welcomed. That's when I said, ask her to make a turn. How I termed it, maybe, or how I put it, the words, this is how they came at that point in time.
I think I'm missing something. You said that you were informed that Mr. Matlala would be coming. Would it be okay?
Yeah, somebody would say, look, would you mind, do you want to come and, his wife is here, he wants to come. Do you have a problem? At that point in time, I'm not sure whether I responded same time or not, but I did give consent that he can come.
Okay, and so how long was he there for?
I never sat with Kat, not even for a moment. So I can't say how long was he there for. All I know is that I did, and then not more than an hour they were gone.
Okay, so he was socializing.
If you want to call it socializing, I can't help it, man.
Yes, I mean, you did say it was a small gathering. It was only about 20 people.
Yeah, it wasn't for adults, it was for my son engagement.
I think, General, you should have a look at your statement on this. Sorry, it's the statement from this morning. Because your version there is a little different from what you're saying now.
That's at 20.
Thank you.
22.
Thank you.
Page 6, General, paragraph 22.
Paragraph 22.
Yes. And your version here, maybe you want to read.
Should I read it? On 14th...
Can you read from 22, until the end of that section.
On 14 September 2024, my wife and I hosted a surprise engagement celebration for my son and his fiancée at our residence. The gathering was intimate in nature, attended primarily by close family and friends. A limited number of senior officers from head office were also invited, including Major General Tema and General Sintumule. Now, I don't know, earlier the chairperson said to me, you were quick to correct some of the things and in some you keep quiet. General Tema, she was already on pension. And then she's a close friend of General Sintumule. General Sintumule came with General Tema, and General Tema is a close friend of Ms. Matlala's wife.
Okay.
Must I proceed?
Yes.
I placed on record that I did not invite Ms. Matlala to the event, nor did I initially invite Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala attended the function on the invitation of General Tema. She arrived earlier in the course of progress. General Tema informed me that Ms. Matlala had alcohol and was hesitant to drive herself home. I was conveyed that she wished for her husband to collect her.
Continue.
Must I continue? It was only that stage and in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the event for the limited purpose of collecting his wife. I paused to mention that I also communicated, advised that he could convey to Mr. Matlala that he was permitted to attend the residence, given Sergeant Nkosi's close acquaintance with him. Sergeant Nkosi had been assisting me with certain legal arrangements relating to the event during the course of the day. At the time in question, he was briefly attending to a personal errand. It was in those circumstances that Mr. Matlala attended the residence. His attendance was limited in duration. While he entered the home and briefly socialized, this was incidental to collecting his wife. He remained for no more than approximately an hour before they departed.
Okay. So when you communicate with Sergeant Nkosi to make a turn, you don't say to Sergeant Nkosi, it doesn't indicate to Sergeant Nkosi that you are giving permission to collect his wife or that there's an issue that his wife can't drive or anything like that. How are we to interpret that? Because it doesn't sound like somebody who you're saying, you need this permission to come collect your wife because your wife.
No, I wasn't hostile. We were not hostile. There was no hostile relationship between me and Mr. Matlala in such a way that I could spell it out in that fashion. To me, remember in that moment, at that time, you didn't know and think of a moment like this one. So it's just something that was happening out of 10.
But why would you then need to, if Mrs. Matlala is there and her friend is there and they say, is it okay? She would like her husband to join. Why do you then need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to ask him to invite Mr. Matlala to make a turn? If all you're doing is saying, yeah, it's fine, if she would like him to join, why not leave it to the wife to communicate with the husband to say, this is where I am?
Remember,
why do you need to contact Sergeant Nkosi to make the arrangement?
Remember that in some instances there's been situations where you find that a wife is invited to a party, but the husband is not necessarily invited to a party. And then the husband cannot just show up because his wife is there. And the fact that maybe also it was to my house and said, look, if it is there, just check with the general whether will he mind or not. But I don't say this is how it happened. But Matlala want to come and fetch his wife, and so he will be coming down here. I hope you don't mind.
Yes, but that wasn't communicated to you by Mr. Nkosi. That was communicated to you by the people at your house.
Yes.
So once you say to them, I don't mind, why don't you then leave it to them? They can then say, we've spoken to General Sibiya, he's got no problem. And then he comes.
Yes.
Yes.
But I did.
Why did you need to go through Sergeant Nkosi?
Not that I needed to go through Sergeant Nkosi, but at some point I did communicate to Nkosi because I know that he knows Kat, and then I said, no, tell Kat to make house. He mustn't, to make a turn, he mustn't be afraid.
He knows that you know Kat.
We are past that stage. He knows that I know Kat.
Okay. And I'd like to take you just to what Mr. Matlala's version is on this. And that's at file 6. It's also an audio recording. It's the one prior to the one we just listened to. So it's file 6, page 629. Page 629.
629, thank you.
Okay, so, it starts a little earlier. You're free to read from the beginning of the transcript if you wish. It's a discussion about questions regarding Sergeant Nkosi and you. And then it comes round in 629 to the discussion about EFTs, and the male speaker too says he wants something like dates, car that you were using, where's the car, the routes, things like that. Do you see that?
Yes?
Okay. And then 3 lines down, so line 13 on that page, Mr. Matlala says, I was driving a Rolls Royce. I had a Rolls Royce, and then the transcript doesn't capture the rest. And then male speaker 2, what did his son want? And then Mr. Matlala, it was a party, indistinct. When I got to the party, and then indistinct again. And then witness C says, did you withdraw that money? And Mr. Matlala says, yeah, but remember, I will withdraw maybe 500 and then give him 300. Yeah, so I remember, do you want cars or places, etc. So what he was saying here is that he came to the party. He's saying, it seems, that he came in a Rolls Royce, for what that's worth, and that he came with money, but he said, I remember I will withdraw maybe 500 rand. I think he probably means more than just 500 rand.
500,000.
Something like that. And then Mr. Matlala also says, I also went to his plot, his townhouse. And then he says, I was driving a Benz. Okay? So that's Mr. Matlala's version from here, just regarding the party. There are other things, but for the moment, what is your response to that?
Chair, I have screenshots of the family group, family meeting, the grouping that we have, and how each one of them were contributing this one saying I'll buy this one saying I'll buy the cake, this one I'll bring this, and then I said, okay, I will bring the sped braai. It was just for 20 people. That didn't need even 300,000. My family paid everything 100% for what was going on. So I want to share it, and I want them to also be displayed, because that they be also shown there. The same way we see this one, let this communication be shown there, because this is what happened.
Well, you just tell us what...
Sorry, Ms. Hasim, I think you referred to 500,000.
500 rand.
500 rand.
Yes.
500 rand, not 500,000 rand.
500 grand is 500,000.
Sorry? Rand.
500 rand.
R-A-N-D.
No, we didn't need 500 rand, quite honestly speaking. You remember, it was at a late stage, and it was almost done, basically.
So the audio clip, and we could play the audio clip, Chair, but the audio clip refers to 500,000, and what it's suggesting in the, and we could play the audio clip, Chair, but the audio clip refers to 500,000, and what it's suggesting in the audio clip, the transcript has these indistinct in betweens, 500,000, suggesting that he takes cash, basically, to General Sibiya.
Yeah, they talk about 500, actually I think it's something like 300,000.
You listened to that audio clip, did you?
Yes, I listened as he was testifying, but obviously, I know that the evidence leader believes so much in that thing, which
No.
I don't, and it's not.
No.
It's not right.
No. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm not believing in anything. I'm putting to you the evidence that has been placed before this commission. It's only fair to you that you are given an opportunity to respond to this.
I want to respond.
And a straight answer would be benefit to you.
Chair, I want to respond by showing the group that was created by my wife with the family and kids. Other kids, I've got 6 kids, all of them adults. They are waking. And then this one said, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do to support our brother. And here is it. I don't know if I should just read them into the record or just attach them so that they are seen there. And then you can see even the date from 11 September
Chair,
when my wife started.
Sorry, General, let me stop you. I accept your word for it, Chair. I have no problem with that. I can understand that in a family setting, that's how it works. People contribute. But it doesn't answer this question, which is a response to this evidence about Mr. Matlala saying he came to the party and that he came with cash.
You see, Chair, it is important that when the evidence leader tried to demonstrate that Mr. Matlala came and he contributed to my son's engagement, then I demonstrate that no. Everything that happened there, we carried as a family. Starting from my wife went with a credit card to Spar to buy the grocery for a small number of people that were there. And then others bought cakes, and then we bought this. We didn't need 300,000. We didn't need money from Mr. Matlala. And I quite honestly speaking, I didn't need it. We didn't need it. We didn't ask for it. And then if it was in an hour, he would have done it maybe in the early, during the day so that I can use it to spend. But because it was not even, I didn't even invite people. Not even, there was no friend of mine, not even one. So I'm demonstrating here that we paid and we carried the cost, and everything that was there, you can see even yourself that no. Here the family were working together in dealing with this whole thing. So this thing of the 300,000, I'm throwing it away. I'm rejecting it right away from the onset.
Okay. I'm not going to, it's still not answering. I didn't put it to you that it was for the purposes of the engagement. I didn't put it to you that it was for the purposes of the engagement or for paying for that evening. I don't know what it could have been for. I'm just putting to you what Mr. Matlala says. Right. So to say, well, no, we paid for the engagement, we did it in these various ways, doesn't answer the question directly.
Let's.
But
Perhaps it does in this sense, and perhaps I'm suggesting that he should move on, Mr.
Yes.
Sim. It answers in the sense that he denies ever having needed the money. And then, of course, he goes on to give the reason why he could not have needed it. But part of that says, I did not need it, I did not receive it. So, in a sense, it does answer it. Perhaps,
okay.
yes.
I'm happy to move off this. I think we're
Yes.
not going to get further with this.
Are you
I
leaving
just
that
want to-
topic, Advocate Hassan? I have one question on this topic.
On this, I just want to confirm one thing before you do so, Commissioner Khumalo. Do you confirm that General Shibiri was present at this?
Yes.
Okay. And he was aware that Mr. Matlala was going to be arriving?
I wouldn't say so, because it looked like General Shibiri was arriving from China at that point in time, because when I called him, he just said, I just landed or I arrived, something like that, but he was not around.
General, you make all your answers very long. Can you please try to shorten your answers, because the question is a simple one. Was General Shibiri aware that Mr. Matlala would be there? If you know he was, you say yes, he was. If you don't know, you say I don't know. If you know that he did not know, then you say no.
I really don't know, Chair.
Sorry?
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you, General.
Thanks. And then...
And, may that request please apply to all your answers. I do know that there are instances where you may want to give an explanation, but it cannot be in respect of all your responses. Thank you, General.
Chair, I have a question to ask.
Yes.
What is the status of this witness's statement? What is its status? Is it a confession? Is it an admission? Or is it was just an because I'm being asked on something that could have been obtained unlawfully as well, or like as determined by Mr. Matt, AI generated and say, I deny this and I deny this and I never said this, or the circumstances under which this statement was undertaken, where they went and booked him and then spent 5 hours with him interrogating him. Now, whatever they said about me, because they want me, now I'm responding to the statement that were made by the sergeants, when in fact they are talking about a confession that was obtained by Mr. Matala that was supposed to have been, they are junior officials, they are sergeants. They were supposed to, when a person begin to make an unequivocal statement that if it were to be made in court or a confession or an admission, then which means then there are certain procedures that needs to be followed. And in this regard, we're talking about a statement where people just called, went to book a person out, sat with a person out for six hours and saying it was an informal decision. It was an informal discussion. And then as a result, I just want to be assisted. Where do we position this thing? Was it an admission made by Mr. Matala? Admitted? Is it admitted? Was it a confession? Or, because I'm now, why I'm worried is the fact that I know the status of PKTT in terms of so badly wanted hold of me, considering the fact that they have been to Mr. Matala many times, even in jail, and saying to him, give us Sibiya, we'll take you out, we'll leave you out. We are prepared to even leave that case of Ms. Tobejani as long as you give us Sibiya. Work with us. Now, I'm in this situation now where now I'm being questioned on the statement that were obtained by PKTT junior members, say this is what Matala told us. Whether I was being assaulted or also under duress, I don't know. But I'm just worried about the fact that I'm responding to a statement that I don't know what its real status is in front of the commissioners.
Ms. Hassan?
General, it is what I described earlier, which is evidence that's been introduced to the commission by witness C, who was there when he was questioning Mr. Matlala. And that's all it is. This is not a criminal trial. This is evidence that emerged during the course of this commission's hearings. I hear you speaking a lot about this plot that's against you, and that witness C and that all of the people who were responsible for arresting Mr. Matlala are actually doing it as part of a plot against you. But that doesn't take away from what, in his own voice, Mr. Matlala has said. You can say it was AI generated, that's fine. I'm putting it to you so you can respond. You can admit it, you can deny it, you can say whatever you want to say about what Mr. Matlala allegedly said, if you want to put it that way. And that's it.
Ms. Killian, do you wish to say anything on this?
I agree with the evidence leader that the status and the admissibility of the evidence is not what is to be investigated, but simply this is what somebody said, and for that purpose alone the witness is asked to respond.
Thank you, Ms. Killian. General, at this stage, just a minute, just. General, we have heard your point, but at this stage, we would want you to respond to the questions.
I will respond, Chair.
I think Commissioner Kumalo had a question. Or was it?
Much later, Chair.
Oh,
Let him
all right.
finish the answer to the question.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Hassan.
Would you like to answer?
I thought I responded in the chair.
I would suggest that if you rather
Okay.
repeat your question.
Oh, no, it was really to respond to to what Mr. Matlala is saying, that he came to your house, that he came, in a Rolls Royce, that he had withdrawn cash, and that it was 500,000, but that 300.
think we dealt with and put the question of the money to bed. He denied the bit about the
Yes.
money. Yes.
Yes, for some reason, the witness reopened it and said he was questioning the status of it, so I thought he wanted to come back to that question. But if you don't have anything else to say on it, we can move off it.
I do.
Yes.
Chair, the only question, and without any waste of time, is that over and above the fact that some of these allegations are allegations that can really be confirmed. If a person talk about EFT or clever cash or whatever, we must be able to also, on that day as well, he went to the bank and he withdrew 500, this is the money. When asked about that, Mr. Matala's got too many accounts, but let's also see if maybe on that day, did he ever really withdraw money or transfer any money? I mean, the commission has got investigators. It's a point that we're supposed to be rest assured and say, and we can confirm that point as well. But all I can say, I would not really put my family through this thing of my kids. They're struggling where themselves from their own little corners. Another one say, okay, I'll buy a cake. This one said, no, I'll buy this one and then I'll contribute here to support our brother. And then the next thing, when I know that, no, I've got 500,000, I will say, no, don't worry, guys. And then I'll put actually 50,000 and so to go deal with this thing. And then I keep quiet with the 250,000 and see what I do. But that is not the case. So I deny this thing of the EFT, the 500,000 malicious.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
I have no further questions on this. I'm going to move off. Commissioner Khumalo?
On the 14 September event.
Yes.
Yes. General, I have just a few questions. So when Mr. Matlala came to your house, it was late at night. I'm assuming it was around 8 o'clock?
That's correct.
Yes. And when somebody who's never been to your house before comes to your house that late at night, you would open the gate for him? How else would he get into your house?
No, Chair.
General, did you open the gate for him?
I'm trying to explain to you. I have security at the gate that opens the gate and closes the gate when we have an event, so that people that are invited, every now and then someone must go. So one of the people that I ask that works with me, or that we ask the gardener, will be at the gate. As a car comes in, they will open the gate. And then as a car drives out, they will open the gate, so that nobody comes every now and then call me, open the gate. Sometimes I can't even hear the phone, or I don't find my phone somewhere. So we normally make provision for someone to be at the gate.
So did you tell that person that Mr. Matlala will be coming to your house and they must open for him?
No, I don't tell a person that Mr. So-and-so will come. You are at the gate and then you know there's an event at home. Whoever comes, open the gate. Whoever goes, open the gate.
And when the gate was opened for him, did you go to meet him and introduce yourself, or him introduce himself?
Not at all.
There was no greeting?
No. Like he said, I bumped into him. It's not like I was seeing him for the first time. So I met him, I bumped into him, we greeted, and then he went and joined his wife.
No, understand me, he's coming to your house for the first time. I mean, when you go to somebody else's house for the first time, you greet them and they welcome you into their house. Did that not happen?
No, it's not how it works, how it happens in all instances, especially under conditions like those. And considering the fact that my house is there.
You love explaining that did not happen, and then we leave it there.
All right.
So I don't want you to give a general. My concern with your original statement, it is 90 pages long. Remember, we've been through it over the past 3 days. And from paragraph 161, you address allegations concerning your purported relationship with Mr. Matlala. And all you say in 4 paragraphs is that there was a meeting in January 2024. That's it. You don't mention that there was an occasion where he was invited to your house and there was a party and he did attend, circumstances of his attendance, and he spent an hour at your house. Why is it that you did not consider important to deal with that in your statement before this commission? Why does it have to come by way of a supplementary statement when other people like General Sentumule mention whether that they met him at your house, and only then do you volunteer information to this commission that, oh yes, in fact he was at my house, there was an event at my house and these were the circumstances? Why is it that you did not mention this in your 90-page statement when you devoted a section of your statement to allegations about your relationship with Mr. Madlanga?
I think, Chair, I respond to a question that I'm being asked. And when I draft the statement, I drafted the statement and focused on the point at hand. Now, if where I didn't include it, and then it's something that I can speak to, both in writing or oral, that is the case. If ever, maybe perhaps I didn't include it, and then it's something that I am responding to and probed or ask a question, because sometimes I'm not in the same mindset as the evidence leader who is there to ask questions and I must respond. But in my case, when I draft something, when we draft a response on a particular point, we questions, but sometimes I will say this is about, if you are not asked about this, then why put it in?
General, but you are speaking about your relationship with Mr. Matlala and you are devoting a section of your 90-page statement. Remember why you are here. You are here to assist the commission to establish facts. You tell people, make allegations, and then only then do you say, oh, I was hoping they were not going to mention this. Now that they have mentioned it, then I will deal with it in a supplementary. Because it's the same issue with the impalas. You say none of this. If you were not allowed to file a supplementary statement, we would have been left with the impression that you only met Miss in January 2024 and that was it. We would not have known that actually he was at your house at a party. Only when General Sentumule mentions it in her statement and you depose to a supplementary statement where you are responding to General Sentumule's statement, only then do you give the commission these facts, and I find that troubling.
I really am not so sure whether anyway I've never referred to it, but what I know is that I think I can also at this point in time also remember whether at ad hoc committee I was ever asked about it. I was never asked about it, and then even now I was never asked about it. Up until it is being mentioned, that's when I respond to it. So that is why it's not a question of one is withholding information or hiding information, because I'm prepared to respond and I'm responding. If I'm asked about something, I'll respond to it. But if it was never asked, I kept it short.
I'm leaving it there for now.
And then factor into that what Ms. Hassim has already raised with you, which is Sergeant Kosi says that he's dropping the gogos, then coming to you, and you then say, ask it to make a turn. So if you look at what Commissioner Kumalo is raising with you, and what I've just read to you now, to an ordinary reader, that sounds like you were just inviting Mr. Matlala. This idea that he was coming to pick up his wife who had taken a lot of liquor doesn't make much sense. Because all you would say to him is, and by the way, Mrs. Matlala needs to be picked up. Please ask her to come pick her up. You don't say, ask her to make a turn. You are inviting him.
If this is maybe how commissioners maybe see it, I will really, from where I'm sitting, just stick to the fact that when I said ask Kat to make a 10, in my mind I was implying that you can ask him to make a 10, it doesn't really matter. I don't have a problem.
Who had said anything about a problem? That's the thing.
No,
Sergeant Kosi.
I think it's a concession you can fairly make, that just on this, he wouldn't have known why he's coming to your house unless his wife spoke to him. Unless you don't know as a fact that his wife spoke to him. Surely you should be able to make that concession, that unless his wife told him that she can't drive, he must come and pick her up, he wouldn't have known why you are saying he must come and make a 10.
Commissioner, Chair, with respect, the evidence leader leads me about a statement that was made at the ad hoc commission by Mr. Madlanga. He says things that, and she asked me about things that were spoken by Mr. Madlanga at the ad hoc. And I respond, and I'm also making reference to what I heard him saying at the ad hoc. Now then, Commissioner Bale says, no. Forget about what he said, because now you might be accused, so I might actually take it that you are tailoring along the way. Now, I want you to answer in respect of this. Now, but as I answer in respect of this, then the question is going to come and say, but Mr. Madlanga in ad hoc said this. Now, I'm in between now.
Okay, that's it. I hear your complaint. It's a fair complaint. Let me do this differently. We don't know whether Mr. Madlanga is telling the truth or not in the ad hoc committee, so I don't base anything on what he said. I didn't even... So, and I don't know whether it's true or not what he says happened about this incident, so I put no stock on it. I have my conversation with you about that night, what you know about that night. So let's not refer to him, because we don't know what happened between him and his wife, if anything happened at all. We don't know for sure. So I'm saying go back to that evening of the 14th. You are at your house. Your version is someone said to you, they said to you, Miss Madlanga can't drive back home. Would you have a problem if Mr. Madlanga came to pick her up? That's what you tell us. And I'm not in a position to say, no, that's not true, that's not how it happened. I have, for purpose of our discussion, to take it at face value. It's what you say happened that night. You then action it. That's what you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi to tell Kat Madlanga to make a 10. We do know that because that's your version, he does arrive at your house. All I'm saying to you, or I'm putting to you, is that when all there is someone spoke to you, Sergeant Nkosi wasn't there. Someone told you Mrs. Madlanga can't drive. You say to Nkosi, tell Kat to make a 10. Kat arrives. In all of that, with all of that communication, Kat arrives. In all of that, with all of that communication, Mr. Madlanga would not have known from you or from Sergeant Nkosi that he's being asked or invited to come and collect his wife. That's what I'm putting to you, and I'm saying I think it's a fair construction of what happened that night. What do you say to that?
To me, Commissioner, it's rather impossible that my wife could be somewhere at the party, and I don't know where my wife is, or I know that she's at a party and she can't drive, and then that someone else must call me and say my wife cannot drive.
Do you know for a fact that Mr. Madlanga knew that his wife can't drive home? Do you know that as a matter of fact? And you understand when I say as a matter of fact, I mean, you're a police officer. You know what the question means. Do you know as a verifiable fact that Mr. Madlanga knew that his wife, before you before you called him, before Sergeant Ngosi spoke to him, and before he arrived at his house, at your house, do you know that he knew as a fact that his wife is unable to drive herself home?
Personally, I didn't know.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted from you to clarify. You want
sorry.
to follow up on this?
Oh,
I'm still doing some questions.
you can, I have a question on this chat,
Just go ahead.
but I'm going to interrupt your line. So maybe you should finish, Commissioner.
Don't forget your question. And then you say, when you say they asked me if I would have a problem, who is they that you're referring to here?
I think it's either General Tema or General Sintumule,
Yes,
because they are the ones who were sitting with her.
yes,
Yes.
okay. No, I don't have a problem. I'm assuming you would have told them
Yes.
that. Okay. And if that's what happened, if you said to them, no, I wouldn't have a problem, why was it necessary for you to get Sergeant Ngosi to communicate with him? Sergeant Ngosi wasn't in the house with you. He was nowhere near you. So you can't say, oh, I saw him next to me and I thought, let me just mention it to him. He's out there. Why don't, after giving the answer to it is that asked you, why don't you leave it at that? Why do you involve Sergeant Ngosi, who's far from this?
I think I left it at that up until when either I got a call but we spoke with Sergeant Ngosi. That's when I said, tell Kat to make a 10. But I left it at then because it wasn't like such a special invitation. So up until at the time I spoke to, I said, no, tell Kat to make a 10. Because I could see already his wife was here and we had two generals there. The third one was Shiviri only. And then no any other person was there. These are the only two colleagues that I work with at that office that I came so that I'm not alone. And I didn't invite friends because I knew that others will complain why I didn't invite them.
Why did you not call Mr. Matlala yourself?
Like I indicated, Chair, I never made it my practice to actually communicate with him.
Let me suggest to you what then your answer leads me to. Let me tell you what it leads to. That when Sergeant, because you could have communicated with him, you say you just never made it your practice to communicate with him. Well, Sergeant Ngosi says in January, you said he will be your contact person between you and Mr. Matlala. And this speaks to exactly that. You didn't call Mr. Matlala yourself when you could have, if indeed what you say was the reason for inviting him is the truth. You could have called him. You could have left it with the people that told you that his wife can't drive. You instead involve Sergeant Ngosi, who is not on your property, who is not in the party at that time. That seems to support his evidence or his statement that in January, when you were with Mr. Matlala, you asked him if he minded to be the go-between between the two of you. It's consistent with that evidence. What do you say to that?
Which I deny, Chair. That is not a fact. That is not the case. I didn't need him to be a go-in-between.
Well, he was a go-between here. You could have phoned Mr. Matlala, and you say to us, well, I didn't make it a habit to speak to him. And remember earlier on, you testified that after your January meeting, you started interacting with him. And now here, and then just Sergeant Ngosi says, well, I was a go-between by agreement, by arrangement. And we see him being a go-between here. He's a go-between here. When he says, when you say to him, ask Kat to make a 10, and he does that, and he updates you. I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around. He will be there in 30 minutes. So he is the go-between the two of you.
I don't think so, Chair. It happened so it happened, but it does not necessarily mean that there's always a go in between.
Yes.
But I do understand that what the commissioner is saying, that why couldn't you speak to Mr. Madlanga yourself? But
Yes.
at that present moment, I didn't think of me calling him because I'm not even sure whether I had his numbers there in my phone because I never wanted to keep his number in my phone.
Yeah.
Because I avoid this.
Didn't have his number. I want to suggest if you didn't have his number and Sergeant Nkosi was not the go-between, you would have gotten his number from his wife, who was there with you. Nkosi was out.
I've never spoken to Mr. Matala's wife.
But you knew she was there. You would have said to Sintumule or Tema or they, give me his number, I will call him. But you did not do that because you did have a way of communicating with him was through Sergeant Nkosi, he says.
I do understand and I do accept the fact, commissioners, and really if it didn't happen that way, maybe oversight on my side, I will accept it as well.
Okay. Maybe lastly, you say you did not invite Mrs. Matala to your function. You're nodding.
That's correct.
So she wasn't there on your invitation.
That's correct.
And I think you said she was invited by...
I think so, because this is what I also read when you read General Sintumule's affidavit, the one that we received.
Well, General Sintumile doesn't say that. Her affidavit at paragraph 6.1, I can read it for you, otherwise you can pull it out if you want. This is her speaking to that evening, and I'm going to read. Do you want to pull it out, General? Are you happy for me to read it?
I want to get it. It's just that I'm juggling between different
it's
files.
File 10C.
I've got it, Chair.
Yes. It's quite a long paragraph. She says, I want to give you, if you start from the bottom and you count the line numbers, I just want going from the bottom, 11 from the bottom.
Page 11.
Sorry, I do apologize. It's page 5, paragraph 6.1 of that statement. 6.1.
I've got it, Chair.
And then line 11 from the bottom. You will see that line starts with, I did not trust him, even if there were other.
Yes.
Okay, so this is where General Sintumule tries to explain why she didn't come alone. And she says, I did not trust him being you, even if there were other generals or people. And then this is where I want to read from. I would either take my younger sister or a friend. In this instance, I took Major General Tema, and she can attest that I informed her that I was actually uncomfortable going to this event because of the ever-changing nature of my relationship with Lieutenant General Sibiya. The party was on a Saturday, and I recall, and this is the part, upon arriving, we noticed there were other colleagues who were also in attendance. During the event, there was a lady, and this is the part where she explains Mrs. Matlala's presence. Says, during the event, there was a lady that came and sat with us, and Major General Tema introduced her to Matlala, with whom she was acquainted. And then she later pointed me to Mr. Matlala and informed me that he was Tsakani's husband. So, according to General Sintumule, Major General Tema did not bring Mrs. Matlala to your house. In fact, what happened is General Sintumule is the one that brought Major General Mule, tells us. That's what she tells us. And then she says, she then saw Miss Matlala there. So it is not correct. And it may simply be that you've got the facts wrong, or your recollection or your understanding of what happened that day, which is fine, if that is the explanation. But Mrs. Matlala was not brought to your house, according to General Sintumule. She wasn't brought to your house by Major General Tema.
It is not correct, Chair. Miss Matlala is a very close friend.
I don't know anything about their relationship. She may well be close friends. All I'm putting to you is General Sintumule, and if necessary, the commission can, if it's decided it's important, can get a statement from Major General Tema. But according to General Sintumule, Mrs. Matlala was not invited by Major General Tema. She says, I met her because she came to sit with us. I invited, when I say I mean General Sintumule, says, I invited Major General Tema. 1, 2, while we were there, a lady came and sat with us, and she was introduced to me as Mr. Matlala. So that's General Sintumule doesn't confirm what you're saying, that they came with Mrs. Matlala.
If I were to respond, Chair.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to say something here that no matter what I say, I don't see changing attitude of the commissioners in relation to my involvement in this thing. And I'm going to give you an example, Commissioner, that says, when you look at the lease agreement that, I don't know whether it's Dr. Pett, the one who did the BBL, or there is another doctor who was referred to get the lease agreement from Department of Public Works. They were referred by General Tema, who was the head of college, Mr. Matlala. They were referred by General Tema to the same Public Works. Now, we are sitting with one person who is very close to these people, but the commissioner is saying, no. This lady, Matlala's wife, was actually brought by you, not by her, could not have been them. But she's very close to them, I don't know them. And I found them there working together, being very close to one another.
General, I'm not saying you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. If that's what's happening in how you perceive things, it doesn't come from me. I didn't put to you that you brought Mrs. Matlala to your house. I'm discussing with you your description of how you say she came to be in your house. You say she came with Major General Tema. That's what you said. 1, and then you say, even General Sintumule says that. You remember that's what you said. For now, I'm not yet asking for comment. You can say to me my recollection of your evidence. But your evidence, and she's very close to Major General Tema, who has since retired, and you didn't invite her to your house. She was brought by Major General Tema, who came with General Sintumule. Even General Sintumule says that in her affidavit. That's a sum of your evidence.
Now, Chair, I don't think I was specifically saying they came all three together in their house to houses. I invited General Sintumule alone.
Yes.
And then she asked me a question and said, General, can I come with General Tema? I said, it's okay.
Yes.
Because at least she needed to be with someone.
Yes.
And then she came. Like even what I heard at the artwork when Mr. Matlala was saying, my wife was invited by one of her friends. So this is what I know, at least.
Yes. But you said positively in your evidence, and it is important. Part of the work that we are doing is investigating your relationship with Mr. Matlala, so it is important detail. Your evidence a short while ago is that Mrs. Matlala came there with Major General Tema. That was your evidence. That part I did not misunderstand or mishear. And then you say, Major General Tema is retired. She was invited, I didn't invite her. She was invited by General Sintumule. That's your evidence. And then you say, even General Sintumule says so in her statement. All that I have done is to read for you, together with you, what in fact General Sintumule says about it. And I say, but what you've described about how Mrs. Madlanga came to be at your house is not how General Sintumule describes it. So what you're saying is not the same as what General Sintumule said. And General Sintumule may well be wrong, or being dishonest even about it. But you are, to the extent that you are relying on her affidavit, I was correcting you that no, but to her affidavit or your reliance on her affidavit is incorrect, because that's not what she says. She says, we met Tsakani Madlanga at that house. That's what she says. And that's really the gist of it. She says, we met her at the house.
You see, commissioners, there are key points that I wish the commissioners could just also highlight or underline, rather, to say that I'm taking the relationship that says they are close friends. I'm taking it to the relationship with Dr. Pett, who did the BBL. I'm taking the relationship to the fact that it is General Tema who actually assisted Dr. Pett or the other doctor. I don't know whether it's Pett, but there are two doctors involved, because another one, she did head transplant, she did now. When you look at the fact that I also indicated that they were at Mr. Matala's house, at General Sintumule's house, both Mr. Madlanga and Ms. of the car. I do have the registration number of the car, and I'm challenging the evidence leaders, not the evidence leaders, I'm challenging the investigators also to see if they can locate the vehicle in the vicinity in terms of telephone triangulation to see if it can be confirmed, because it is confirmed. So I'm just saying, these people that are so close to Ms. Madlanga and Mr. Madlanga, no, they are there, and I'm the one actually who was inviting and who's actually close to Mr. Madlanga. I just wanted to put that point as a worrying factor to me.
General, is the long and short of what you're saying, that General firstly, I would like you to accept that the statement of General Sintumule does not confirm your version of how Mrs. Madlanga came to be in the house. I think that you must confirm just by reading from the statement. You have a different version, she has her own version. So that should be easy to get you to agree to it. And then two, and maybe let me make this point, that if you speak about who was close to who in terms of relationships, I think it's a fair to you or suggestion to you that on your own evidence, you were close to Mr. Madlanga. It may be a question of degree. You didn't have a non-existent relationship with him. You told us earlier, you met him in January 2024, and years after that you started interacting. We see impalas coming into the picture, voice notes being exchanged. Mrs. Madlanga is at your house. You say, tell him to make a 10 without explaining why. Mr. Sergeant Nkosi seems to know and understand what this is all about, and he easily tells you to make a 10, and he reports back to you. That and other facts suggest that you do have a relationship with him.
Irrespective of the fact that I do indicate here that I never received any impalas and I never wanted them from
No, I'm not asking you about impalas, General. I'm speaking specifically to, there are these facts. You did not receive the impalas, but Sergeant Nkosi is getting impalas, is trying to get impalas for you. He involves Mr. Madlanga, And when he says cat, this is from cat, you know what he's talking about, which cat he's talking about. You know and understand all of those things. But when you meet him in January, you do interact with him. You tell us that of course, after that, we started interacting. So all I'm simply putting to you is, well, on your own version, there was a relationship with you. You had a relationship with Mr. Matlala. We can debate, was close, was it not too close, was it uncomfortably close? That's a conversation. For now, all I'm putting to you is, on your own version, there was clearly a relationship between you and Mr. Matlala. In the same way, maybe, that you say even Major General Tema had a relationship with him, even General Sintumule had a relationship. You did have a relationship with him.
I think I never at any stage denied that I was talking to him or I spoke to him, but what I was not really agreeing to was that he's a friend, he's my friend.
Okay.
But I want to ask a chair direction, perhaps, in just to look at this. Is this thing of having spoken to Mr. Matlala looked at in a negative sense of him being a service provider who is not charged criminally, is not under investigation, and then given to as far at that time to as far as we're concerned? The reason why I'm asking that, we have the same scenario where Lieutenant General Nkua, who is the acting Deputy National Commissioner, who is very close to a lady whose husband is the one who's been allocated the tender all over the show. They attended the wedding. Let me finish.
I don't think we should provide you with a platform to make allegations about people. If you've got evidence before us, by all means, you can do a supplementary statement. You can provide us with evidence, and then we look at of what relevance is that to our terms of reference. I don't think it is right that you sit there and you use the platform to introduce other relationships that suggest impropriety. Maybe there is impropriety, but this is not the time or the opportunity for you to do that. I asked you a question about, do you accept on these facts that they indicate that you had a relationship? And I made a point of saying to you, I'm not saying it is close relationship, because I don't know how close this relationship is, except that from January, when you say you met him for the first time, and you've now testified this morning to say, of course, I interacted with him after I first met him. And now we know his wife was at your house. We know he came and spent about an hour, according to your evidence. We know that Sergeant Nkosi tried to get impalas for you, at the very least tried, for you from him. Yes, and then now this evening, you say to Sergeant Nkosi, tell him to make a turn. I'm saying, do you at least accept that it signifies a relation? It does signify that you did have some relationship with him.
I wouldn't agree with the relationship. I don't really want to admit or accept the friendship. I might have done that, but does not necessarily signify that there's a relationship.
Okay. All right. Thank you, General. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you. General, just before we leave these chats, when you send this message saying, ask Kat to make a turn, that wasn't the first time that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to invite Mr. Matlala over. Isn't that so? For the 14th September.
I don't remember inviting him in any other place. There's one moment that I remember as allegations in terms of the involvement. His name was mentioned at some point in the Jerry Boshoga matter, where I needed now to understand, because I hear this thing and I want to understand. Can you be involved here? Could you be involved? Could you be the one? Because I needed to know that. So if it happens that maybe I might have, I won't deny. Remember, I don't have any access to my gadget and no recall of what must have happened. So I don't want to sit here and say it wasn't the first time, it was the first and last time. In the meantime, you show me something that I don't recall anymore. So I don't know.
Okay.
Let us please adjourn for 10 minutes. So 16:10, and we'll come back at 16:10 and sit until 5. Let's adjourn.
It looks like we're going to need a minute. All right, we are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please.
Ms. Killian, in your absence, and we waited thinking that we would be able to raise it with you outside. We wanted to sit until 5:30 instead of 5. Would that be fine with you?
I'm concerned if I'm asked first, because I always agree, and then there's a dissenting voice. Speaking for myself
Yes.
and for the general, we are available.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Can I?
You do confirm, Ms.
Yes.
Asimovic.
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you, thank you.
Sorry, so General, what I said to you was this was not the first time that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to ask Kat to come to your home that day. And you said it's possible that's true. Did I understand? Yes? Yes, on that day.
Chair, I don't remember that.
Okay. So let me just go back to the chats. You see, when you say ask Kat to make a turn, the response from Sergeant Nkosi is, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8. Okay? Meaning, I spoke to him earlier in the day, and when we look at his conversation, if we look at his chat with Mr. Madlanga, let's just go back there, it was where we began, and it's page 111, 111. It's
File,
it's the same file.
6 of 10.
I think it's 7. File 7.
Can we close the transcript, or are you still going to come back to them? The desk is quite cluttered.
Which transcript was
The witness and Mr. Chaskal's, witness
witness
F.
F?
and
No,
Mr.
I'm
Chaskal's.
coming back there.
So you should keep it here.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It's on a different topic, but I'm sorry, General, are you there? 111.
111 of file 7 of 10.
Yes.
All right?
So if you look at chat number 8, at 7:25:44 in the morning, do you see that?
Yes.
Right. So there's a call from Mr. Madlanga to Sergeant Nkosi that morning, right?
Yes.
Then the next call is made in the evening. We've covered that. That's in response to your question, to ask him to make a turn. So he spoke to Mr. Madlanga that morning, And when you then go back to the chat where ask Kat to make a turn, he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. So he had already been invited by you to ask Mr. Matlala to come. He says, I spoke to him earlier and he promised to come around 8. And then he has this call again with Mr. Matlala at night, and then he responds to you, he will be there in 30 minutes. So what I'm saying to you is that this is the second request you made to him.
Not at all. I don't agree, Chair.
So when he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, what did you make of that? What did that mean?
That's a question that Nkosi can answer, because when he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, I don't know to come where. But I know that, and I don't deviate from that message of ask her to come. But when I say, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8, I don't know where from. Let's say he was not around Pretoria, and says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. Let's say he was in Limpopo, he promised to come around 8. So I don't know. But what I'm saying is that I can't sit here and account for the messages between Kat and Nkosi.
Yes, except that, you see, what he says to you is, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. Well, in the context of this conversation that's happening, it's about to come around 8, he promised. It can only mean that he promised to come to your place at around 8 o'clock, because that's the context in which he's answering you. You say, ask Kat to make a turn. He says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 8. That must mean to come around to your place at 8. It can't mean some other place.
I don't accept that on my side. The fact that I was talking to Nkosi, like I indicated earlier, Nkosi is one of the colleagues that I worked with that was supportive of me or supporting me in terms of logistics. So I don't accept that it is in relation to Kat or Mr. Matlala to say that I invited him initially, and then because this message would have shown that invite Mr. Matlala at around this the first one that you're talking about. It's not the case. Now, for Sergeant Nkosi to say, I spoke to Kat earlier. Now, when you say earlier could have meant 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or 2 o'clock, or 5. Does not necessarily mean to refer to that earlier call.
But if he, let's say it wasn't 7 in the morning, let's say it was some other point earlier, let's, for the sake of moving forward, say that that is the case. Sergeant Nkosi wouldn't have, off his own bat, invited Mr. Matlala to your place. It would have only come because you asked him to do so, right? He wouldn't do that. As you said, this was a small family gathering.
What if he says, I spoke to him earlier, he said he'll come around 8. After having received a call, that message that said, invite Kat. I mean, not invite Kat, ask Kat to come. I don't know, I don't remember how I put it.
You said ask Kat to make a turn.
To make a turn, yes. And he spoke to him in between an hour thereafter. Say, earlier I spoke to him, he said he will come around 8.
Or you mean message saying ask Kat to make a turn?
It's possible.
No, that's not possible, actually, because you said ask Kat to make a turn at 19:10 in the evening. He responds at 19:11. I spoke to him earlier. So it couldn't have been that he made a phone call after you in the 50 seconds or whatever.
But at the same time, I don't know, when he says I spoke to him earlier, it could have been the fact that maybe he might have spoken to either the wife or any of the people who were there. And then I'm talking to Kat, and then Kat says, he says, I spoke to him earlier. and that he said he'll come around 8. Not necessarily meaning because of the fact that me, but with any other person. And then he said, no, I've already spoken to my wife or to so-and-so, I'll be that side around 8. So to me, it's neither here nor there. But I know I never communicated or invited him earlier or spoke to him earlier.
Okay. And then I'm going to move off this. After this,
Before you move,
you have further questions.
yes, and on this same topic. General, and I think we have to work with ordinary construction of these follow-ups, how the communication is flowing. You tell Sergeant Nkosi at 19:10:15, you say, ask Kat to make a 10 at 19:10:15. At 19 later, he says, I spoke to him earlier, he promised to come around 20:00, 8 p.m. So from his response, it's clear that he has, at least that's what is being proposed to you, and I'm supporting that. That from his response to you, it's clear that he has invited Mr. Madlanga, or he has already told Mr. Madlanga to come to your house. And there's no intervening telephone call between your message and his response. There is no intervening call. Within a minute of your message, he says, I have spoken to him earlier and he had already promised he'll be there at 8 o'clock. That's what this is. That's what it conveys on the face of it, without interpretation.
Logically speaking, Chair, it does not necessarily mean that the fact that he said, I spoke to him earlier, and then he said he'll make a call, it means that he was ever asked to make a 10 earlier by me.
What else? What are the possibilities? What does it possibly mean?
The possibility is that I was talking to Kat earlier, and then I told him that we are here and that your wife is here, or he told me that my wife is there, and then at around 8 o'clock I'll make a 10. Okay. Without me being the one now to say anything.
Nkosi, are you now telling us that Nkosi knew that Mrs. Madlanga is at your house?
I don't know.
Okay. So you're speculating?
I don't know. All I'm saying is that I also don't want to own up onto the conversation between Madlanga and Nkosi and the interpretation of maybe why when Nkosi says I spoke to him earlier, then it means it was for the second time he gets invited. It's not how it worked.
You don't know how it worked, you're telling us. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and we are suggesting to you then. You say you don't know how it worked. I am suggesting to you how I think it worked, or how I propose looking at this. I don't know what background conversations happened, but what I'm suggesting to you is that you send a message, and within a minute, Sergeant Nkosi says, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 8 p.m. So what I'm saying, where he says I spoke to him earlier, he doesn't mean in the period after you sent your message. He means another time, because otherwise it would reflect here that there was a call. But also, a minute is too short for him to have made a call and then say I spoke to him earlier. He would otherwise have said, I just spoke to him. He says he will be there around 8. So here's my construction, and that I want you to comment on. I spoke to him earlier means earlier to him, tell him to make a 10. He promised to. Sergeant Nkosi is relaying a much earlier conversation before Mrs. Madlanga was said to be unable to drive. That's what I'm suggesting this means.
That is when we must now accept that Kat was talking to his wife, because he knew where his wife was.
No, we can't accept that. We don't know the facts. You also don't know it as a fact.
No. Commissioner Baloyi, there's no way Kat didn't know where his wife was.
Yes, he may well have known, because for a number of reasons, including that Sergeant Nkosi told him that your wife is going to be or is at Commissioner Sibiya's house. There are all those possibilities. I'm suggesting to you with what is known. What is known is what is before us. It happened that day that Mrs. Madlanga was at your house, Mr. Madlanga came to your house. Those facts we know from your evidence. The other facts that we know is you said, ask Kat to make a 10. And it's been put to you by the chair, amongst others, that, but this is an invitation for him to come to your house. We know you said, make a 10. Another known fact is Sergeant Nkosi says to you, I spoke, within a minute, Sergeant Nkosi says, I spoke to him earlier and he said he will come around 8 o'clock. That's another known fact. And last known intervening telephone call between your message and his response. And what I'm suggesting to you, what's being suggested to you, is on these known facts, it appears that Sergeant Nkosi had already earlier in the day invited Mr. Madlanga that he should come to your house. That's what it appears like.
You see, Chair, I'm looking at the chair now. When you have a chicken or a goat and you want it to enter into this door, and you're pushing it and it tries to go and you bring it here and try to reason you bring it here. Now, Commissioner Baloyi put a fact, and as I tried to respond, said, no, then she goes and she goes, then I try to, then you understand that she actually wants me to enter into that one door. And it's a problem for me. It's really the authority is different. I am sitting here where I am, and you are at a higher authority in such a way that I have to respect the authority. And the fact that where you are coming from, you're speaking from a position of power, does not necessarily mean that now it compels me to concede. And then the moment I concede, then the media, he considered this, he was grilled for this, he was forced to this. It's unfair.
Okay. General, I don't want to, I know you said you're directing yourself to the chair, but can I just clarify myself? Can I just clarify? I don't want you to make any concessions that are not based on your truth or fact. I don't want you to do that. And it's quite competent as an answer when I say to you, it appears, after I say, this is the fact, this is a fact, this is a known fact, you can say to me, no, you're wrong, Commissioner. Those are not known facts. When I say to you, it appears, you can say to me, you're wrong, that's not how it appears, and it is what it is.
Well,
So,
I'm asking, Commissioner, be open to also another point of view.
I am. I promise you I am.
Now, when I put
you just
my
need to-
point of view, then Commissioner put a cul-de-sac this side, and then and as I try to take this other direction, another cul-de-sac, and say, no, we're going there. And that's my problem.
Okay, check. General, the chair has heard you. I think he will admonish me as is necessary.
Where I'm saying, I don't even know where to start responding to what you already said, Commissioner, with respect, because she said she was asking a question, and as I tried to jump in to respond, and then she cut, and then she went again. So I'm just trying to say, I forgot everything that she said at this present moment, because what occupied my mind now is the unfair manner in which I'm being channeled to go into a particular door.
I think subject to the chair's guidance, I really would like to get your answer. I'm not happy. If you want me to repeat it and the chairperson is happy for me to repeat what I was putting to you, I will repeat it. And if you don't want to answer or you...
Please repeat it for me. I want to answer it.
Okay, so what I put to you was, here are the known facts, right? We deal with facts, I'm putting to you not speculation. I'm putting to you the known facts. And I start by listing them before I get to say, this is what it looks like. Are you okay with me so far? I don't want to overload you with detail or information. So what I put to you is the facts that we know now is Mrs. Madlanga was at your house on the day, on the 14th of September 2024. We know that for a fact. You accept that, okay? We know for a fact that Mr. Madlanga was at your house on the 14th of September. You accept that?
I do.
Okay? We know for a fact that you sent a message to Sergeant Nkosi at 19:10 to ask Madlanga to make a 10. You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. 4, you accept, we know as a fact that Sergeant Nkosi responded within a minute of your message to say, I spoke to him earlier. He promised to come around 2000. You accept that's a fact that we know
That's correct.
from these WhatsApp messages.
That's correct.
And then lastly, we know is from this record of WhatsApp messages, there is no telephone call from Mr. Nkosi between your message and his response. You see that?
That's correct.
You accept that? Okay.
Yes.
So those are the facts that I say we know from evidence. And then here's my proposition from those facts. It appears from these facts, it looks like from these facts that Mr. Sergeant Nkosi, when he spoke to Mr. Madlanga earlier, as he tells you, I spoke to him earlier, and he said he would come around 8. From that, it appears that, in fact, in the earlier conversation that he's referring to, he, in fact, spoke to him, to Mr. Madlanga, about coming to conversation. That's what it appears like. And all I'm asking is, do you agree? It may be wrong completely. That's not what happened. So that's why we're talking appearances. Do you agree that that's what it appears like? He invited him earlier.
I don't agree for simple reasons, Chair. The Commissioner Baloyi created the impression that the role players that were on stage there is only me, Nkosi, Madlanga, only that. Forgetting that there was General Sintumula, General Tema, General Shibiri, and also other people that were there. To an extent that the role that could have been played by any of the people that were also there, that could have also spoken to Kat Madlanga, or the fact that Mr. Madlanga could have also spoken to his wife himself. Because he calls or received that message or say, I spoke to him earlier, I said he'll be there around 10. We don't know that he said, no, I know, I spoke to my wife earlier, and then I'll be there around about 8. Then he sent such a message. It's also possible. So all I'm asking, let us be open to also other explanations or suggestions.
I mean, that's your answer to me. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloyi, but your General, what you've said, you've forgotten another important fact, which is what I put to you when I said to you that it looks like you had asked him prior, and that is that the only conversation that Sergeant Nkosi had with Mr. Madlanga that day, before this 1900 hours time, is at 7:25 in the morning. There wasn't any other conversation between the two of them. So it doesn't allow for your theory that pertaining to the, if there was a call that Mrs. Madlanga is in the need of assistance of her husband because she can't drive, that would have been later on. That would have been after the party began. The only communication between the two of them was 7:25 in the morning until this later in the evening. So it doesn't allow for that hypothesis.
I wish I could ask a question, but I'm here to answer, not to ask questions. Now, how I will put it is this way. I don't think the evidence leader do know how many phones does Mr. Nkosi have and how many phones does Mr. Madlanga have. in such a way that you can say, I only see that one call 7 in the morning and that last call, that one. But in between, there could have been any other communication or conversation on any other device. So all I'm saying is that we cannot bank and go with our whole weight on saying there's no any other communication other than what we see.
Leave it here. I just, I put it to you that your interpretation of this is not believable. That as Commissioner Beloy says, it appeared earlier.
Well, it's my plea that the chair also believe my story.
We will assess the evidence at the appropriate stage. Thank you, General. Thank you.
I'm
Yes,
not
Ms.
going to
Hassan.
respond to that. Okay, so after the 14th of September 2024, did you have further, well, let me put it this way, did you foresee to convey messages to Mr. Madlanga at any other occasions after this?
Chair, you see, I'm talking from myself. As you see me, I don't have anything in front of me. These are the files that I'm provided, but I don't have my gadget, I don't have nothing. So you have the benefit of what you have, but I don't know. Whatever that is I'm being asked, I'll respond. Where I can, I will try.
Okay. Just to remind you, you also have the benefit of what I have, because you have all of this material as well that I'm referring to. So you do have that information. And the reason I'm asking is because you said, you denied, when I think probably at the top of this morning when I started off asking you about your interaction with Mr. Madlanga, and I took you to the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi where he said that he would pass messages between you and Mr. Madlanga, you denied that that's what we're seeing is that you do pass messages through Sergeant Nkosi. So that's why I'm asking you, were there further messages? So you're saying it's possible that there are
From who
further
to who?
messages between you and Mr. Madlanga via Sergeant Nkosi.
I don't know, I don't remember. If something is put in front of me, let me respond.
Okay. I'd like to take you to another part of the chats then. And this is, it's in the same file, it's page 547.
We seem
Oh,
to stop
sorry,
at
is it-
453.
Then it must be file 8. Apologies, Chair.
Which page?
File H 547. File 8. Oh, sorry, 547. And this is between Sergeant Nkosi and General Shibiri. And the particular message I'd like to go to is chat number 6.
Chat number 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is on the 17th of September, 2024 at 8:45 a.m. And you'll see that General Shibiri sends Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot. It's not easy to see there, so if we can just go to the page of the screenshot, which is in the same file 573.
I'm here at 547.
Yeah, so you'll see at 547, there's the screenshot that
I
General Shibiri.
see chat number 5.
Chat number 6. Oh, sorry, number 5. Chat number 5, yes.
Yes.
But it's, you can see that it's not easy to see what that screenshot is.
Yes.
Right, so you'll see the screenshot. Yes, it's probably easier for you to look at it there.
Yes.
This is a post by a person named Musa Kawula.
Correct.
And it's, as you can see, as you read it, it posts these allegations against Mr. Madlanga, including his connection at Tembisa, defrauding at Tembisa Hospital, blue lights. He's connected to the killing of Babita. He spells it incorrectly, Dearkam. Okay. Do you know this person,
Which one?
Musa Kawula? Do you know who he is?
I know him from, I haven't seen him in person.
How do you know of him?
I don't know what they call him or what they call this type of people, but what they do is he posts things like this about people, too many people.
Okay, so you're aware of him and you're aware that this is what he does, that he
Yes.
posts.
Yes.
Okay. So what happens then is that on the 17th of September, if we go back to 547, and you'll see at chat number 7, General Shibiri sends Sergeant Nkosi, he forwards this message. It appears to be a message forwarded from Mr. Madlanga, which says, "Someone sent this to me yesterday and demanded money from me, or else they will publish this nonsense. I told them to go ahead with it. They're trying to extort money from me." Okay? And then if you continue on 548, chat number 2.
Yes?
Okay, General Shibiri also sends Sergeant Nkosi this message. It seems like, again, a message that he's sharing with Sergeant Nkosi. "Someone is sending stories to Musa Kawula about you. I'm warning him to not even try write about you." Okay? That's at still on 17th September at 9:10. And then he immediately shares with Sergeant Nkosi the screenshot in chat number 3. And the screenshot is at page 574, but we'll also display it.
Page?
574.
As I go there now.
You can look at it on the screen if you don't want to leave the chats. So in that screenshot, is what you see is this is a conversation between General Shibiri and Musa Kawula, in which he says at the bottom there, "Shami, don't run the story. He's a good guy. He never bothers anyone and he lives a private."
This is between who and who?
General Shibiri and Musa Kawula.
All right.
So it seems to be that General Shibiri is trying to protect Mr. Madlanga. Would you agree?
I don't know.
Well, he's saying to Musa Kawula, "Don't run the story.
I'm not sure.
Don't run the story." Remember, Kat has already said to him, "This guy is posting these things about me." And now he writes and he says, "Don't do this. Don't write about this guy." right? So if he does that, it suggests that he's trying to protect Mr. Matlala. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
You don't agree?
I don't know whether he was trying to protect him or trying to protect anyone.
I'm not going to dwell on it too long because there are others who can answer this question. I want to take you to page I'm sorry that we're jumping around, but these chats are important. 21 October 2024, page 113. Page 113. It will be chat number 1. This is now the chat, we're going back now to the chat between and Mr. Matlala. And you'll see in chat number 1, Sergeant Nkosi sends Mr. Matlala a copy of the application for the warrant of arrest for Musa Kawula. And you'll find that warrant, a proper copy, on page 126. Page 126.
126. Okay.
Right. So this is a warrant. It's for warrant of arrest of Mr. Kawula, and Mr. Nkosi sends it to Mr. Matlala. Let me just pause there for a moment. You'd agree that it's improper for Sergeant Nkosi to be sending this to Mr. Matlala?
Fully agree. I fully agree.
And you'll see immediately after he sends it to Mr. Matlala responds, "Asbonge," and then an emoji of thank you. Okay? Now, what we know so far is that this is a person who is posting things about Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala is very unhappy about it. He's got General Shibiri on his side saying to Musa Kawula, "Don't do this." And now he's got Sergeant Nkosi sending him this picture of the warrant for arrest. Now, two is Sergeant Nkosi's evidence on this. And that you will find in open file 10A, please. Can someone assist? Chair, let it not be said that we didn't use all of these files that we put before you.
Got it? 10A page?
10A, okay. Page, let's start at 251.
Page?
251. Okay, so this is the transcript of the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi. And he is explaining these chats that we are looking at now. Okay? And so he's asked how he came to be in possession of the warrant. And if you see at line, you see where line 20 is, 3 lines up from that, he begins to explain.
Number 20.
Line 20 on.
Yes. In this matter of Mr. Kawula.
Okay, page 251.
Yes.
Right. You see where line 20 is?
Yeah, I'm at 20, and then it says, in this matter of Mr. Kawula, full stop. He fell.
Oh, yes, that's right. So let's just start from the beginning of that. It says, "Thank you, I received this warrant. It was Saturday on that particular day."
Where are we?
It's 3 lines up from.
Thank
Witness
you.
F.
It says witness F.
Witness F, thank you, commissioners. All
Yes.
right.
Okay, he says, I received the warrant. It was Saturday on that particular day. I received a call from Brigadier Ramangwa, whom his team was involved in this matter of Mr. Kawula. He further informed me about Mr. Kawula and his whereabouts. I must proceed to the said location. Okay, now if you just go down a little bit further, we don't need to read every line. He says, at line 10, in the next page, he says, fortunately, I was able to get hold of, accompanied me to the said address. Do you see that?
Are you there, General?
I was still,
Page 252 now.
I'm on it, Chair, but what she's reading and she says line 10,
10.
then I see was the weekend.
Yes, was the weekend, but fortunately I was able, if we start from the sentence before, there were no members available on that day because it was the weekend. But fortunately, I was able to get hold of Captain Zungu, that accompanied me to the said address. And here comes the important part. On our way, then Brigadier Ramangwa sent to me this warrant of arrest. He further elaborated to me that this warrant of arrest was of importance. I then proceeded there together with Captain Zungu. On our way, we received a call from General Sibiya, telling me that I must also forward this warrant to Mr. Madlanga. Because at that time, Mr. Madlanga had a security company, according to Mr. Madlanga, to General Sibiya. Mr. Madlanga and his security company always have a provision where Musa usually goes on weekends. Okay, do you see that?
I see.
Well, let me pause there before I why did you make this call to Sergeant Nkosi?
I think, I'm quite sure that I don't think you really believe that I would do such a thing, evidence leader. Why I'm saying that, to start with, Musa Kawula's got more than 1 warrant of arrest. I think there are 3. There's one attempted murder and another one is murder, and this one, at that time. If that was the case, I would have given him all of them if I'm the one who gave them. But that is not the case, and I never made such a call.
So you're saying you did not, he goes on to say that, if you scroll down to page 253, first of all, let me say he says he forwarded to Mr. Madlanga, and then page 253, at the top of the page. After 45 minutes, I received again a call from General Sibiya, telling me that, or confirming to me about what already General Ramangwa had said to me, that this matter is a matter of importance. The person involved there, he did not mention who he was, but he mentioned to me that he's getting pressure from the head office. Head office, the office of the deputy minister. He's getting pressure from them. I then asked the deputy national commissioner, what is so important about this charge? Because according to me, there's no sense of urgency. He said this guy insulted a member of parliament. He told me now the member that he created crime against is Mr. Fikile Mbalula, the secretary of the ANC. The other one is Mr. Z. So basically, they were the complainants. So this matter was putting him under pressure. That is the reason we had to leave everything and attend to it. What's your response to this?
I think, Chair, that must tell you that Mr. Nkosi was not telling the truth, for simple reasons. We have in the police what we call tracking teams. Tracking teams are the teams that actually work on the warrant of arrest. Now, there are thousands and thousands of warrants of arrest, and we've got tracking teams in each and every province that only tracks people that are to be arrested. Now, in my case, Initially, because the tracking teams were I'm one of the people who the National Commissioner gave an instruction to and said, I want the tracking teams to be resuscitated and to work and to put groups together and to do a new call-up instructions, and then we put them together in places. And then for them to have accommodation and to start tracking. So every Monday, we have thousands and thousands that report, people that are reportedly arrested over the weekend or for that particular week, because every Monday there's this report back. So now, which means on this one of Musa Kaula, if there's a warrant of arrest, it will automatically fall to the tracking teams because they know where they get the warrant of arrest. So in this one, you will also see that I don't even know who applied for the warrant of arrest and how it was applied for. And even when the people who was arrested in KZN. And lastly, Sergeant Nkosi, at his level, because he's 5 levels below me far, he will never ask me a question that says, but what is so important about this thing? Why must we be jumping like this for this thing? It is not true.
Okay, so when he says that you called him twice on that day, he is not telling the truth.
I can't say he's doctoring the truth. All I can say is that it's not true. I never called him on this warrant of arrest. And
Or could you have called him about something else on the same day?
it's possible. It's possible. And it's also possible that I might have spoken on this one. When I say it's also possible that I must have spoken to him on this one, if this person now was, for an example, we get information that comes and say, this person will be at such and such a place because there will be a party where they will be. I now know. And when I know, there's a team that I will say, hey, this is what will be happening. Not only, just give an example, not only on this one. Let's take for an example of Mr. Boshuha. Then you get a call from the family that says, we understand this house and this house and this house, this is where our son will be. Then I put a team together, they go and hit those houses there. So that is, so I say, I don't deny that I might have maybe spoken to, he reported to Brigadier Ramangwa. And then I must have spoken to Brigadier Ramangwa, but I'm the guy who's also, as much as I'm strategic, I'm also on the ground when it comes to...
Spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa, is that what you said?
Yes.
About this. Okay, continue. And what did you discuss?
What we discussed is for us 3 warrants, including the murder, and some information that says he will be at such and such a place. Maybe they must. But I don't say this is what happened. All I'm saying is that I don't remember calling Nkosi specifically and say, I have pressure from the deputy minister. It never happened.
Were you receiving any pressure from the deputy
I've never
minister?
received any pressure from anybody.
From anyone, not even from any politician?
No.
And what was your interest in Mr. Musa Kaula again? Why were you following this closely?
I never was any Kaula. I'm interested in the arrest of the suspects that are wanted and those that are the warrant of arrest throughout the country. And we arrest thousands and thousands per week. Every Monday you can check the statistics. It's not only Musa.
Are you interested in all of them?
Yes.
So you pay attention to all of those thousands of...
That's why we report on Monday.
General, what you're being asked, and I think what you're being asked is, in all the thousand and thousand weekend cases, do you call, I don't know whether Ramangwa is the investigating officer, but do you call for each one of those hundreds and hundreds? Do you call whoever is dealing with that warrant for all of them and ask about it?
No.
You don't. So the question is, why this one in particular is what Ms. Hassim is asking. Why would you have asked about this one in particular?
Like I indicated earlier that sometimes if you do get information from informers that tells you that we know so-and-so and so-and-so is wanted and then he will be at such and such a place, there will be a gig at such and such a place, then obviously is to inform the police that there will be a gig. They say this particular suspect against whom we do have a warrant of arrest will be there. Put a team together, brigadier, see if this person can be arrested.
So you, go ahead. So you received information from an informer?
Yes, I might have. When I say I might have, I'm trying not to move away from the fact that I might have called or maybe spoken to Brigadier Ramanga. All I know is that who reports to me in relation to this warrant of arrest is Brigadier Ramanga. And once I've given them information, they themselves also would come and say, no, we've received information that there will be a party at such and such a place, he will be there. And then I'll say, all right, let's see, but good luck. That's how it works.
So I'm not following your evidence. You're saying it could be that you received that informer for this, that would...
You see...
You're trying to say, that I don't understand your evidence. Either you called Brigadier Ramangwa and you spoke to him about something in particular, because either that happened or it didn't.
You see, Chair, Brigadier Ramangwa is a person that I work close to. He's no longer in the police now. But he's a person that I work close to. If there's any intervention that I need, he's one of the people that I will also talk to. But now, in this case, they will also say to you, we've spoken to the tracking teams, they say, or they have received that there will be a gate at such and such and such a place, this person will be there. I'm going to put a team together that will go and deal with the situation. That's how it works.
Did he report to you directly, Brigadier Ramanga?
Yes.
Okay.
General,
sorry, Chair, let me just clarify this. Why I say he was already on pension, these are those that we called back to come and assist the detective experience. Now, he was working with, let's say, Brigadier Shibiri, but because of the fact that you get interventions requests, whether from the minister, national commissioner, deputy ministers, or anybody that says, remember, at an Imbizo or wherever they are, they also receive complaints. And as they receive complaints, they offload them to the national commissioner or to me. And as they offload them to me, I also pass on to the team and say, please respond, and then give feedback. Now, what we do under normal circumstances is to make sure that if someone complained to the national commissioner or to the minister or to the deputy minister, I don't want to get a reminder from the minister that I didn't do the job. So what I do is you will follow up and say, you remember of such complaints where a mother will be crying and say, my son died and I don't see much attention, please. Then the minister will send it to me. Then I'll put a team together that says, please try to intervene and then see how best we can resolve this matter.
General, just come out, yes.
General, you said in direct answer to my question, you said that, yes, he reports to you. And then you say he worked closely with General Shibiri. Can you just explain what that means? I don't understand what it means.
General Shibiri is the component head of organized crime, of which Brigadier Ramangwa is to report to, because he must sign Brigadier Ramangwa's itineraries and all those things. But it is the kind of a person who my office has got access to, where I call Brigadier Ramangwa. General Shibiri is also as busy as I am, in a sense that he will chair meetings, let's say, or his extortions or whatever, but he's working with other senior managers. Sometimes you find that he's at the college in a meeting. Now, when you say Brigadier Ramangwa, or you just say to the PA, please call me Brigadier Ramangwa. And as he comes and you say, here are the people. Sometimes when people come in to see me, I will call Brigadier Ramangwa to come and sit with, so that they take notes, and as they take notes, then they must follow up. So it's just a normal course of working circumstances, or the way we work.
Okay, so the long and short is he didn't report to you,
Who?
Ramangwa.
He reported to me, to Shibiri. I can't say he didn't report to me when I was also giving him instructions.
No. There's a structure, there's a line of command, and with Sergeant Nkosi, you are very clear about it. You say he doesn't report to me, he's 5 levels down. So you understand what I'm asking you. It doesn't mean you didn't work with him or you didn't involve him in other things that you were doing related to your work. You describe him correctly. You say he's 5 levels down. I don't have a direct working relationship with him. I'm asking you the same question about Brigadier Ramangwa. He either reports to you or he reports to General Shibiri structurally, or he reports to both of you structurally, is the question I'm asking.
No. I think, Commissioner, you need to understand how the police function.
General, I don't want to hear how they function. I hear you saying you did speak to Brigadier Ramangwa about this work, and you feed information when you get it. So I understand that. I'm asking you a simple, straightforward question. You confuse me when you say he reports to you, and then in your further explanation you says he works with General Shibiri. I don't understand what that means. He either reports to you or he doesn't.
But do you see where I come from, Commissioner Bale, when I say you're not prepared to listen to my
No,
answer?
General, no. I'm sorry. With respect, General, it's a tired line when you keep on saying, you see, you don't understand, you don't know how it works. Question, there is a substructure. There's a substructure. You can say to me, structurally, he reports to General Shibiri, not to me, but I do work with him, or the other way around. My question is capable of a simple, straightforward answer without a long explanation, General. Please. You can answer.
Commissioners, Brigadier Ramangwa reported to General Shibiri structurally, but I have access to all of them and can call any one of them anytime. That is why I was saying he reports to me as well, in such a way that I was just trying to
That's
cover
what you
that
meant. That's what you
aspect.
meant.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm happy with that answer.
Thank you. General, let's just clarify a few things, because just like Advocate Hassim, I got a little bit confused. So let's take it step by step. Brigadier Ramangwa reports to General Shibiri, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Nkosi reports to Brigadier Ramangwa.
Sergeant Nkosi reported to, I think, it's a anti-gang.
If you don't know, you can just say you don't know.
I think it's anti-gang unit.
But here's my point. As between the three of them, there would be nothing wrong with them discussing a warrant and somebody who's wanted because there's a warrant in place, because they are police officers.
Yes.
Similarly, they could discuss that with you, correct?
Yes.
And even Sergeant Nkosi, because from he runs errands for you, he could tell you if there was a warrant for somebody else for that person's arrest. And because the two of you are policemen, there would be nothing wrong with the two of you having that discussion.
Yes.
Now, the difficult part is this. When Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward this same warrant to Ket Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
And that he is falsely implicating you in wrongdoing, because you've already admitted that it would be wrong to share that warrant with Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
Yeah. Now he goes a step further, and this is where I'm going to stop. He says your instruction, he didn't see anything wrong with it. In fact, he says it would be appropriate for their security services when they effect arrest that they must have a warrant. He did not see any problem with it because usually subs do work with private security companies. And then he forwarded the warrant to Mr. Madlanga. So throughout, he says he was acting on your instructions.
No. I deny that he was working under my instructions. And then in an attempt to demonstrate that he was not telling the truth, I tried to also demonstrate that if that was the case, you would be sitting with 2 or 3 warrant of arrest, because those are the warrant of arrest that we had. But he had only that one, which means he didn't receive them from me.
No, General, you must remember that we're talking about a specific date when he was called by Brigadier Ramangwa and he was told that here is a warrant. There may very well have been other warrants out there, but on this specific day, way somewhere, then Brigadier Ramangwa called him and sent him this warrant. And then there was this discussion that ensued. And in this discussion, he says, he then proceeded there with Captain Zungu. On their way, he received a call from you. And you instructed him to forward the same warrant to Cat Madlanga. So that's the sequence. Let's focus only on this warrant, not many other warrants that may or may not have been out there.
It's not true. I deny, and I've never done such a thing. I wouldn't have, because even if we work with private securities on other matters of security, but not in relation to the people.
And one last thing, he says the reason why you told him to share it with Mr. Madlanga is because Mr. Madlanga went to places where Mr. Kaula usually frequented, and you had this belief that they may see him there and they can assist in the arrest.
I don't know how Mr. Madlanga lives his wife and whether how he lives his life and whether he frequents those places. Because those places, the way I know, I don't know how to call it, chair, doing a pambo, tungo.
I was hoping that we could exploit your extensive detective skills and you would know this place better than we do.
Mr.
Are they clubs? Let's cut this short. Are they clubs?
More than that.
Maybe let's leave it.
I wanna write something, say it or not.
Please, General.
Let me put something. I wish and pray that they say it. It's known, and it's even if you were to talk to him, it's something that is there.
I see no problem with saying it.
Chair, putting me in a difficult position now.
But just a minute.
You see, generally, you because all I asked was, is it a club? And you chose to write it down. So you've
Chair,
written it down.
I would say it's a club. After 9 club. I'll leave it at that.
After 9 club, all right.
Yes.
Sorry, so what is the answer to the question? I think you were asked the question about...
Please remind me the question, Chair.
General, the line of questioning was to this effect, that Captain Nkosi says one of the reasons why you instructed him to give the warrant to Mr. Madlanga was because Mr. Madlanga frequents or goes to places where Mr. Kaula usually goes, and they might see him there and assist with the arrest. So maybe let me read it for you because I don't want to misquote. He says, on our way, we received a call from General Sibiya telling Mr. Madlanga, because at that time, Mr. Security Company, according to Mr. Madlanga to General Sibiya, Mr. Madlanga and his security company always have a provision where Musa usually goes on weekends. Do you see that in 252? So let me not misquote anybody. I've read it for you, and this is the reason Sergeant Nkosi gave as the instruction that was coming from you.
I deny the allegations made by Sergeant Nkosi is not correct, Chair.
Also deny that you spoke to Brigadier Ramangwa when he was with Sergeant Nkosi to effect this arrest.
To Brigadier Ramangwa, I won't say I can deny that because he was leading the task team. So I can't say I deny or I admit. I might have
Spoken to him on the day of the operation to arrest. Okay, thank you.
May I continue? General, this is a month after you, General Shibiri, and Mr. Madlanga were in the same place together at your house. When you were together, did this discussion of Musa Kawula come up at all? Did his name come up or any discussion around it take place on that evening?
No, Chair. I've never been myself and Shibiri and Madlanga sitting at the same place at my son's engagement and be busy discussing Mr. Kawula's issues.
Okay. Can I, that's fine. I hear what you say.
Can I ask, just to clarify, General, it's a very specific answer that you are giving. On the day of your son's gathering that you had, which is the 24th of September, is there a time or an instance when you, Mr. Madlanga, and General Shibiri were together?
No. There was never a point where we said like we are together like this. No, it never happened because I was the one hosting and looking at the security and the safety and the up and down of what was needed. And the other thing is that there were a lot of people that I didn't know where they come from. Remember, my son's fiancé is from outside Joburg, people that came with her, and then also from the side of my son's friends that work with him. I don't want to say where, but not local. And so there were many people that died. So I could not relax and just sit as if like I've got acquaintances, people. So I had to be on my feet.
Okay, thank you, General.
General, earlier today when we were talking about the 14th of September, you said that it was a small event. there were about 20 people.
Yes.
So now you're saying that there were too many people. I mean, 20 people isn't actually a lot.
I agree.
And, you know, especially since amongst those 20 people are family members. So there were other guests that were present that were not family, making up the 20, and you say you did not speak to them as the host, even though it was a small event.
If you can see, if we were to display the chart between when my family were preparing, and then my son says, I'll bring 10 from my colleagues, and the fiancé says, I'll bring 10. Then from there, it's it's my mom and the son, my son's mom, and whoever is there. Now, as you know, commissioners, I think we all live in this world as we know it. As you have 20 people, towards late, people drips and drops in that you didn't call, that you didn't expect. It happens. So I don't say it was overwhelmingly too many people, but all I can say is that we prepared for 20. It was 20 in terms of the logistics of the catering and whatever, because I was at the point of saying I didn't need the 300,000 number. But at the later stage, I'm just talking about now, when I say it was busy, because now if it is at night and you've got strangers in the yard, you just can't sit down and sit and relax.
Okay, so it actually was a bigger event. It wasn't just 20 people.
No, it wasn't a bigger event.
Okay, it started off with 20 and it became a bigger event. All right.
Well, yes.
Okay. I really don't want to take that any further with you. Can we just go to page 200 of the chats, which would be file 7? It's chat number 6. It's Sergeant Nkosi to you. He says, let me just get the date. It's 8 January 2025. And he says Musa Kawula is arrested. And then you respond to say by who. Do you see that? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Exchange
Yes.
taking place? And why did Sergeant Nkosi feel the need to report back to you that Musa Kawula is arrested?
Because he knew that we were looking for Musa Kawula.
Okay, and then after that exchange, there's a phone call from you to Sergeant Nkosi. Was that to discuss the arrest?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go then to 11 January 2025. So that would be page 202. You'll see to Sergeant Nkosi, and I think that they're forwarded messages. The first one at chat number 4. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
It
I
says,
see it.
Good evening, Brigadier. He is in Santon cells from yesterday. So that would have been 10 January 2025. And then the next message immediately after that says, this is Musa Kawula. The team has safely detained him in Santon from KZN. You forwarded those messages to Sergeant Nkosi. Do you know who's the brigadier in that message?
It would have been Brigadier Ramangwa, but what I don't understand, me forwarding it to, let's say, to Nkosi, because Nkosi is the one who told that, if I remember. I don't understand if I'm the one now to say he's detained at Santen, and I send it to Nkosi, because they were the one actually feeding me with information. I didn't even know he was arrested and by who and where.
Yes, but you seem to have been forwarded this message. And, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like it was a message that was sent to Brigadier Ramangwa from whoever, the arresting officers perhaps, saying, "Good evening, Brigadier, he's in Santon from yesterday, this is Musa Kola, the team has safely detained him," and to keep you informed, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just why was it necessary for you to be kept informed of this?
Maybe because of the fact that if we're working on a project, all of us, and we know that all of us have been talking, communicating about these things. What must be known, Chair, is that it happened in many instances that they get a call that says rush and they don't find. And then, so I know the fact that there are people who've been actively working on this project. So if it happened that I sent to him, it's possible also. I don't want to deny it.
Yeah, my interest really is because there's a consistent involvement. You are involved, you kept informed throughout, and which suggests a very particular interest in this arrest. And I'm wanting to know from you why the particular interest in this arrest, because I imagine that it's not that you kept in the loop about to this extent.
It's one. There's been many arrests where, for instance, if we really have to work on something and we're working as a group on it, or we're pushing on it, we communicate. It's a normal working environment. So this is the way I worked, or I work. Certain group of people that I know that even when I call and say cash in transit, let's rush, we go. Or there is this thing that is happening, let's go. And these are the people that I know that I can go deeper with them in the operation.
Okay.
General, I think in your statement somewhere, you describe your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and you say you have a personal relationship with him, you don't have a work relationship with him. He doesn't report to you, you do not deal with matters of work, but here he is reporting to you consistently on this one case, which you say Brigadier Ramangwa was in charge of. So it's not his case, it's not Sergeant Nkosi's case. And he's reporting to you. How do you explain that in the context of this question from Ms. Hassim, that why does Sergeant Nkosi think you have an interest, that kind of interest, in a matter where he's not leading, it's not his matter, you don't have a reporting line relationship with him. In fact, you have gone so far as to say you don't have a work relationship with him or about work matters. This seems to suggest otherwise.
The relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, I'm trying to be sensitive to the warning earlier that says, look, we are being asked specifically on this one. But I just wanted to indicate that Sergeant Nkosi has got the relationship not only with me as a senior person, he's got a relationship with senior officials, including General Situmule herself, biking, birthday parties, everything. The same applies to General Mkwanazi, biking. They've got a similar relationship I have with him. So I'm just trying to say it was not an extraordinary situation, type of a situation. He's just a socialite over and above of him being a normal employee. So the fact that I had a personal relationship with him is in a sense that that could come when I have something, and then he will say to me, I'm coming here to assist you, General, and then leave me. So I don't know how to describe it any further than that, but it's a kind of a colleague that really we had a good relationship with. You build a relationship over a period. The same applies to my protector, my driver protector. You build a relationship with him. When you have something at home, he will be here with you, even if it means he must park his official car there and he start taking my car. It's after me. This is life.
Personal relationship and interactions are clearly visible from the exchanges, and you have spoken to that. I'm asking about work-related matters. And I ask because in your statement, and I'm trying to find my file, in your statement, you're quite family. We have nothing to do with each other when it comes to work. He's far junior to me. He doesn't report to me. So you speak very family about it. So that until one has seen the chats about that touch on work matters and has looked at his evidence, which Ms. Hassim has referred you to, the impression your statement has family conveyed is he's just a friend. He's a nice person, and I do admit I'm very close to him, but nothing to do with work. This discussion now has you discussing work matters in a way it's not clear why is he reporting this to you when it's not his case. It's Mangwa's case. And he has no report. Is he giving you all of these details about a case that involves Mr. Matala?
If somewhere or in this statement, this is what I said, that I don't have any work relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, it will be really wrong. Because I have assigned him, if I remember well, to in Messina, where he went. And if all of them deal with work-related stuff, I can't say really I don't have a work relationship and it's an official, I have a personal relationship. It won't make sense completely. So I don't know how it then slapped my eyes where it came to that point. And it's not actually even because of the probe or the questioning to say that I'm now changing tune. No, there's no way you won't have a work relationship with a person that you came and met at work, and that you work in. I've worked on different operations with him, so I can't say I don't have a work relationship with him. So it's an oversight or it's a mistake that I want to categorically put before the.
Paragraph 219, I think, Commissioner Below. 219 of the statement, if that's of any assistance, and following.
Yeah, I think this will be the last point, General, before we adjourn. The chair indicates to me, but this is what you say. It is untrue that, this is paragraph 219 of your statement. It is untrue that Sergeant works under my command, or that he acted as my middleman for the passing of money to or through me. While Sergeant Nkosi falls within my broader portfolio, he does not report to me. He is several levels below me in organizational hierarchy and has a direct line manager to whom he reports, which is not me. And then you go on to say, it is correct at paragraph 220, you say, it is correct that Sergeant Nkosi and I have a close personal relationship. However, that relationship does not translate into, nor does it evidence any corrupt or improper conduct. So what I put to you, General, what I put to you, and let me give you the chance to correct my view, I put to you that your statement says you have no working relationship with him, but I want to correct myself. Direct reporting line to you. He has a manager that he reports to. So to the extent that I've put to you that you have said that you have no working relationship with him. That's not quite accurate. It's not what you said in your statement.
I accept it, Commissioner, that this is what I might have said, but I'm putting it here. There's no way that I can say I do not have any working relationship with him, with me in my office, in my vicinity, and I've tasked him many times, and there wouldn't be any reason for me to really have any working relationship with him. I work with him.
All right.
And if this is something that I need to correct, and that I wish that it be corrected.
Yes. Okay. You see, I can be fair to you, right?
Please, thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you.
Chair, I just have one last question, if you'll allow me, because then it means we can move off this theme and start with something new tomorrow. So, General, it's just one last question to complete this. After you send these messages to Sergeant Nkosi to say, did Z call you? I just spoke to him, gave him your number. And you say, not yet, but I'm back to Joburg tomorrow. And he says, sharp. Who is Z?
Z Malo is a businessman, a well-known businessman who is in the taxi financing industry. He owns a lot of businesses that relates to the taxis.
And what did you need to talk to him about?
I don't know, because I'm being referred that did Z call you, and then the message says no. I said no, not yet, because he was asking me.
Okay. Did he call you?
I don't
Did you
remem-
speak to him?
No, I don't remember calling me about Musa.
Did he call you about anything?
Yes, there has been instances where he spoke to me about.
And what's your conversations with him about?
The first conversation, if I remember, with Mr. Numalo, it was around about. I need to remind myself, because I need to check from the chart. But what I know is that there was a call that to me in relation to the complaint that he received in relation to a situation, I think it was in a mining environment in Kimberley. In a mining environment in Kimberley, where there was a person who was complaining and who he referred to me. I do have somewhere that I wanted to show. Chair, I'm just looking at because I did come across it. This is
General, maybe you could look at it overnight and you could give us the references tomorrow. But just to finish off on this, you recall when I took you to the transcript of Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi said that there were two complainants, Mr. Fikile Mbalula and Mr. Z. So here, when he says to you, now that Mr. Kawula is arrested, he says to you, did Z call you? He says not, and you reply, not yet. It suggests that Mr. Z was wanting to talk to you about the arrest.
well, I don't know, and I don't think so, simply because of the fact that if you really want to look at it this way, Let us first look, actually want to look at the people who applied for the warrant who were involved. I don't even know them. So I don't think he would want to call me in relation to that part of the arrest of Mr. Kaula, because I would have known who I sent to go and apply for the warrant of arrest. I don't even know who arrested the people, because they were arrested in KZN. I don't know whether it's a tracking team or a specific team, so I wouldn't know. So quite honestly speaking, Chair, I can't say he wanted to call me for that specific reason.
The last point on it is that what Sergeant Corsi said is that you informed him of this, and then you see in his chats that he refers you he refers to Z. So it suggests that what he was saying to the Commission in evidence is consistent with the way in which he was communicating with you on the chats. You can comment on that, and then we'll leave it at that.
Just repeat it for me for the last time.
So what Sergeant Nkosi said was that you had informed him that it was Mr. Fikile Mbalula and Mr. Z, who they were the ones with the interest in the arrest. You denied that you had that conversation with Mr. Sergeant Nkosi, and I'm saying to you that when you go back to the chats, what he's saying here is consistent with what he said in the transcript.
No. I've never spoken to Mr. Fikile Mbalula.
To Mr. Kumalo.
Not at all. I haven't spoken to him. I haven't spoken to Mr. Z Mumalo in relation to this matter.
You deny that you spoke to Nkosi about Z having been insulted as a complainant, and that he was insulted. The complaint is he was insulted by Mr. Kaula. You deny that kind of conversation with Sergeant Nkosi?
I think for now, I don't remember talking to him specifically about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
So